Chapter 560. Chapter 560, Trouble at Kong Xiaobo's house. Ziwa bro, is Master Bing here? Fabai was relieved to see Ziwa's enthusiasm. It seemed like there was still hope for him. Master Bing fought with 3 girls until midnight last night. He hasn't woken up yet, Ziwa said casually. Fabai was considered one of his own now, so Ziwa didn't hide anything. Hee, Master Bing is really something. We're no match for this kind of combat power. Zhong Fabai gave a thumbs up and complimented without showing any emotion. Of course, who is Master Bing? Ziwa smiled faintly. Bro Zhong, do you need something from him? I don't need to trouble Master Bing with my matters. Ziwa bro can help me. Fabai flattered. What is it? Tell me. Ziwa didn't let Fabai's flattery get to his head. He asked directly. Ziwa bro, this time, Pingzhan's really messing with my head. You have to get justice for me. Fabai sat in front of Ziwa and said sternly, I'm Master Bing's man now. As the saying goes, you have to look at the master before you hit the dog. He's gone too far. Fabai's face darkened. Oh. What happened to Pingzhan? Ziwa asked faintly. My son, Pinliang, was only chasing after his daughter, Mengyao, but Pingzhan cut off one of his kidneys. Wasn't Pingzhan being too ruthless? He doesn't even put Ziwa bro and Master Bing in his eyes. Fabai said angrily. Wait, what did you say? Cut off one of his kidneys. Ziwa froze. If it was something else, it might be possible to say that Pingzhan did it, but cutting off a kidney? Wasn't that a little too much? Moreover, Fabai's words reminded Ziwa of another person. Are you sure it's Pingzhan? Well, I don't have proof yet, but it's definitely him. Fabai cried. My son said that the person who cut off his kidney warned him to stay away from Pingzhan, or else he would kill him. This must be Pingzhan's doing. I see. Ziwa nodded. Alright, you can go back first. I'll discuss this with Master Bing when he wakes up. Ziwa was a tactful man. Naturally, he wouldn't promise Zhong Fabai anything directly, even if Zhong Fabai was one of them now. Ziwa bro, you can't just ignore this. Pingzhan has gone too far this time. Fabai saw that Ziwa's attitude was neither warm nor cold, and he didn't express whether he was going to help or not. He wouldn't be a match for Pingzhan if Ziwa didn't do anything. I understand. If this is really Pingzhan's doing, Master Bing will definitely help you. Ziwa said faintly, implying that there was nothing he could do if it had nothing to do with Pingzhan. Master Bing had been eyeing Pingzhan's property for a long time. Even without Fabai, Master Bing would still want to deal with Pingzhan. He might as well do Pingzhan a favor. Alright, I'll go back and wait for Master Bing and Ziwa bro's good news. Fabai knew that there was no point in saying anything now. He had to wait for Master Bing to wake up first. Something big had happened in Kong Xiaobo's house recently. Someone had come to cause trouble in their tea house. Kong Xiaobo had wanted to look for Lin Yi, but Lin Yi had gone to Yanjing. He didn't know if he was back yet, and Kong Xiaobo didn't want to disturb Lin Yi. He could only deal with it himself. Kung Fu was an intellectual. He had always been doing his business honestly, and his business was quite good. So even if Kong Xiaobo's family wasn't rich, they were at least moderately well off. However, this tranquility was broken. Ever since a month ago, Kong Xiaobo's tea house opened a leisure club opposite their tea house. House Kang's tea house hadn't been peaceful for a long time. House Kang's tea house had been open for many years, and it was considered an old brand in this area. There were quite a lot of customers, and naturally, the new tea house didn't have as many customers as Kong Xiaobo's tea house. The owner of the tea house, Zhang Baji, got some gangsters to harass House Kang's tea house every day, making it hard for the tea house to continue doing business. Although House Kang's tea house was an old brand, it couldn't handle a group of red-haired, green-haired, and yellow-haired people making noise in the tea house every day. The tea house was an elegant place, and most of the people who went there were couples and businessmen. Who could stand these gangsters playing cards and gambling inside? But unfortunately, although these gangsters were making noise in the tea house, they didn't do anything else. Even if Kung Fu wanted to call the police, he couldn't do anything about it. They were customers, and they came here to drink tea. It was just a pot of tea for a day. As for playing cards, the tea house originally provided free chess and card services. It was just that these people played too intensely, and their voices were a little too loud. To put it bluntly, they were customers. Don't care what they did, they were here to spend money. Therefore, even though Kung Fu knew that he had offended someone, he didn't have any temper. Seeing that the tea house's profits were declining day by day, Kung Fu couldn't do anything about it. The money these gangsters spent on tea wasn't even enough to cover their daily expenses. After a month, Kung Fu really couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to change the situation, but he didn't expect the other party to come looking for him. However, Zhang Baji didn't come alone. The person who came with him was a big shot in Song's Han. Kung Fu also heard of this big shot's name. Seeing that he came with Zhang Baji, he knew what happened to his tea house previously. President Kong, we're in the same industry. Although we haven't met before, I've heard a lot about you. Zhang Baji came in and greeted Kung Fu enthusiastically. Come, let me introduce you to a friend. This is President Zhou from Tiandi Entertainment Company. This is his eldest son, Zhou Ruoguang, from our North District. If President Kong has any trouble in the future, you can look for him. We're iron friends. As he said that, Zhang Baji gave a thumbs up. Kung Fu couldn't help but frown. Isn't this an obvious threat? However, facing these people, Kung Fu didn't have any temper at all. He wasn't a kid anymore. He knew the rules of society. They were powerful, and it was obvious that they were bullying him. What could he do to them? President Zhou, President Zhang, may I know why the two of you are here? Are you here to drink tea or to compare notes on business? Although Kung Fu was annoyed, he knew that he couldn't afford to offend these people, so he spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Chapter 561. Forced buying and selling. A trace of anger flashed in Mr. Kang's eyes, but he knew very well what would happen to him if he went against these people. At this moment, he could only swallow his anger and smile apologetically. Brother Zhou, don't be angry, I didn't mean that, bro. What bro? How am I small? You motherfucker, are you looking down on people? Zhou Ruoguang slapped Mr. Kang's face with a pa sound, and 5 red marks appeared on his face directly. Kong Mu heard the commotion and ran out. She was furious when she saw her man getting slapped. Who are you? Why are you causing trouble here? Kung Fu jumped when he saw Kong Mu. He quickly gave her a look. These people were not people he could mess with. He introduced them with a smile. This is Mr. Zhang, this is Mr. Zhou, and this is Brother Zhou. Kung Fu didn't dare call Zhou Ruoguang little bro Zhou anymore. He could only call him Brother Zhou. Although it was infuriating to call someone younger than him and not much older than his son, he couldn't do anything about it. Old Kong, what are you doing? They're here to cause trouble, aren't they? Call the police. I don't believe they're more powerful than the police. Kong Mu panicked when she saw Kung Fu being so submissive. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Tiandi laughed. Call the police. Of course. I'd like to see what the police can do to me. We're customers here to drink tea. You hit people. Kong Mu pointed at Zhou Ruoguang. Hit people. Did you? Did you see that? Old man, did I hit you? Zhou Ruoguang glared at Kung Fu. No. No. Kung Fu knew that these hooligans couldn't do anything to them even if they called the police. They didn't do anything to them. They only slapped them. It wasn't even a security issue. But when the police leave, you'll be in trouble. They'll come and harass you every day. Kong Mu was stunned. She immediately realized that these people in front of her were not ordinary people who came to drink tea. If her man was afraid of them to this extent, they must have a strong background. However, she did not know the identity of these people, so she looked at Kung Fu with some doubts. Kung Fu sighed and walked over, whispering, "Mr. Zhang is the owner of the level 8 tea house across the street, Mr. Zhou is Tiandi Entertainment CEO, and that blonde is Zhou Ruoguang, the leader of the North District's gangsters. We can't afford to mess with him." "What?" "It's them." This time, Kong Mu was shocked. Kong Mu knew about Zhang Baji's dirty tricks, but she didn't expect his backer to be so powerful. Zhang Baji, Zhou Tiandi, and Zhou Ruoguang naturally saw Kong Mu's expression. They knew that Kung Fu had told her about their identities. Zhang Baji said proudly, "Boss Kong, I heard that your tea house is about to be sold due to poor management. I'm interested in taking over. Let's have a chat." "Sold." Kung Fu froze. He saw Zhang Baji's expression and knew what he was up to. Wasn't this the real-life version of forced buying and selling? Although he felt uncomfortable, Kung Fu knew that his tea house would lose money if he continued to run it like this. He might as well sell it. He nodded, "That's what I mean." "How much do you want to take over, Mr. Zhang?" "Well, I don't know how much it is." "Zhou bro, can you estimate it for me?" Zhang Baji pretended to not know and looked at Zhou Tiandi. Kung Fu and Kong Mu's hearts went cold. Zhang Baji owned a tea house. Did he know how much it was? Who was he trying to fool? But Zhang Baji's attitude was obviously telling Zhou Tiandi to set the price so that he wouldn't dare to bargain. "I think that the retail houses on this street are around 10,000 per square meter. The ones above and below you are around 200 square meters. I'll give you a fixed price." "Round it up, 2 million, Zhou Tiandi said faintly. "What?" Kung Fu looked at Zhou Tiandi, stunned. The retail houses on this street were indeed 10,000 per square meter, but that was the floor space. His tea house was 200 square meters, and the floor space was close to 300 square meters. That was at least 2.7 or 2.8 million, and that was just the price of the house. The decorations, the tea set, and the precious tea leaves were all worth at least 1 million. There was once someone who wanted to buy the tea house and offered 4 million to Kung Fu, but he didn't budge. Zhou Tiandi was willing to sell half of it at once. "Hot, Dad, this old thing is scared out of his wits by your price. I told you, you're offering too much. This tea house is only worth 1 million at most." Zhou Ruoguang interrupted, "Uncle Zhang runs a tea house, he knows the price. Am I right? If Master Zhou says it's worth, then it's worth it." Zhang Baji nodded and said, "But since Zhou bro has spoken, I can't just give that much. Let's go with 2 million. What do you think, Boss Kong? I have a title certificate for this house, and the floor space is 280 square meters. I'm still renovating." There was no way Kung Fu would sell the tea house for 2 million. He thought that if Zhang Baji offered 4 million yuan, he would sell it. But 2 million yuan was too much of a difference. His family lived in a tea house, and if he sold the tea house, he would have to buy a new house. Even if he didn't buy it in a good location in the city and bought it near Ningxia Road near the slums, it would still cost more than 8,000 per square meter. A house would cost more than 1 million. What was left with 2 million for a house? Would his family still be able to live? Who buys a house and renovates it? Zhou Ruoguang spoke again, "Old man, are you stupid? Haven't you heard? The money spent on renovations is the compensation money. Who would buy a second-hand house and let you renovate it? I. Kung Fu was speechless from Zhou Ruoguang's words, but he didn't dare to refute. After all, Zhou Ruoguang was the leader of the gangsters, and he might start a fight if he wasn't careful. Kung Fu didn't dare to provoke him. I think it's settled. Since you said 280 square meters, then 280 it is. I'll give you 280,000. Zhang Baji's price was actually 4 million, but he asked someone to ask Kung Fu before, and he said that he wouldn't sell it for 4 million. Alright, since you won't sell it, then I can only think of a way to make you sell it. Zhang Baji naturally couldn't give Kung Fu 4 million because he had already given Zhou Tiandi 500,000 to settle this matter, and Zhou Tiandi promised to buy the tea house within 3 million. Chapter 562. Chapter 562, My boss is Lin Yi. Zhang Baji laughed coldly in his heart. What were you doing earlier? You refused to sell when I offered you 4 million, and now you want to sell. But it was too late. The highest I can offer is 8 million. If you don't want to sell, then I can't do anything about it. You can sell it to someone else for 4 million, Zhang Baji said calmly. However, with the way your tea house is doing, I'm afraid no one will buy it. You. Kung Fu knew that Zhang Baji was threatening him. He was furious. He glared at Zhang Baji with bloodshot eyes. This wasn't a matter of cowering or being afraid. It was a matter of his family's future. Kung Fu was stubborn. You can't kill me if I don't want to sell, can you? Hence, he said, don't bully an honest man. I don't want to provoke you, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid, eh? Old man, did we bully you? Zhou Ruoguang looked at Kung Fu with interest. You don't want to sell, right? We'll come here every day to drink tea. When Kong Xiaobo returned to the tea house after school, he realized that the atmosphere wasn't right the moment he pushed the door open. When he heard that the person in front of him wanted to force his father to sell the tea house, he was furious. What were these people doing? Don't bully my dad. Kong Xiaobo ran over and stood in front of Kung Fu, glaring at Zhou Ruoguang, Zhou Tiandi, and Zhang Baji. Why did this person look familiar? Kong Xiaobo was taken aback. Zhou Ruoguang and Zhou Tiandi thought that Kong Xiaobo looked familiar as well, but they couldn't remember where they had seen him before. Kid, where are you from? There's nothing for you to do here. Go back to your room and do your homework. Zhou Ruoguang mocked. He didn't care about Kong Xiaobo at all. Kong Xiaobo wanted to look for Lin Yi, but Lin Yi had gone out. He had no choice but to step forward. He couldn't let these people bully his father, could he? Kong Xiaobo had been with Lin Yi recently, so he wasn't as cowardly as before. He felt that he was a responsible man. I'm with Boss Lin. Where are you from? Xiaobo knew that Lin Yi was strong, but that was only limited to within the school. He didn't know if he could scare these people. Xiaobo, stop fooling around. Go back to your room and read. When Mr. Kong saw his son coming back from school and confronting these people, he was immediately frightened. He was afraid that his son was young and impetuous and would cause some trouble. Lin? Which Boss Lin? Zhou Ruoguang paused. He was just trying to make fun of Kong Xiaobo. He didn't know that Kong Xiaobo would actually come up with a Boss Lin. But after thinking about it, he realized that there wasn't a Boss Lin among the more powerful people in Songshan. Lin Yi, Boss Lin. Kong Xiaobo forced himself to say. He added, he just came to Songshan recently, and he's very powerful. I advise you not to mess with my boss. I'm his #1 follower. Wah. Ruoguang jumped up as if someone stepped on his tail the moment he heard Lin Yi's name. His face turned white as he turned to look at his old man Zhou Tiandi in fear. Lin Yi's name is Ruoguang. Zhou Tiandi was shocked as well. No way. Why was Lin Yi haunting her like a ghost? You can see his shadow everywhere you go. Why did he have a #1 follower? But Zhou Tiandi was a man of his word, and he kept his composure. Was the kid talking nonsense? He quickly took out his phone and called his son, Zhou Ruoming. If Lin Yi had a follower, Zhou Ruoming should know. No matter what, he had to make sure that the kid wasn't bluffing. If Lin Yi didn't have a follower, Zhou Tiandi would beat the hell out of Kong Xiaobo. Who told him to scare people? Zhou Tiandi almost lost his mind when he heard Lin Yi's name. Hey, Ruoming. Can I ask you something? Does boss Lin Yi have a follower? Zhou Tiandi didn't dare disrespect Lin Yi, so he called Lin Yi boss. He was afraid that the person in front of him had something to do with Lin Yi. Zhou Ruoming didn't know why his father was calling him, but he answered anyway. There's one, Kong Xiaobo or something. He used to be a coward, but he got cocky after following Lin Yi, Kong. Zhou Tiandi heard Kong Fu call him a Xiaobo. This kid in front of him was, without a doubt, Lin Yi's follower. Zhou Tiandi didn't know how he ended the call, but his face was filled with fear. In that moment, he finally remembered where he'd seen this Kong Xiaobo before. It was at the hospital. It was at the hospital when he had a conflict with Lin Yi. This Kong Xiaobo was there. Motherfucker. Zhou Tiandi turned around and kicked Zhang Baji in the chest, sending him sprawling on the ground. His head hit the foot of the table, and blood flowed out. But Zhou Tiandi wasn't satisfied yet. He went up and gave Zhang Baji a good kick. On the other side, Zhou Ruoguang also reacted. He went up to Zhang Baji and started to fight. Zhou bro, Master Zhou, why are you hitting me? Zhang Baji was confused. What was wrong with the Zhou father and son? Why did they suddenly go crazy? Hitting you. You almost fucking killed me. Motherfucker, didn't you hear me? This guy has something to do with boss Lin Yi, how dare you do anything to him? Why didn't I kill you? Zhou Tiandi was pissed. Weren't you trying to harm him? Lin Yi was already pissed off by what he'd done recently, and now he came to bully his follower. Wasn't he looking for death? A few days ago, he bullied Tang Yun's brother's girlfriend, and Zhou Tiandi was worried. He didn't know if Lin Yi would come looking for trouble with him. He had just calmed down, and now he provoked Lin Yi's follower. Why was he so lucky? What kind of bad luck did he have to encounter? This sudden turn of events caused the Kong family's people to be dumbfounded. Kong Fu and Kong Mu looked at the furious Zhou father and son in shock. What surprised them even more was that when their son mentioned Lin Yi's name, the Zhou father and son immediately turned around and started beating up Zhang Baji. However, Kong Xiaobo finally understood that these two knew Lin Yi. Not only did they know Lin Yi, but they were also afraid of Lin Yi. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so angry. Zhou Tiandi and Zhou Ruoguang only stopped when Zhang Baji almost fainted. It wasn't because they were afraid of crippling Zhang Baji, but because they were tired. Both of them were big brothers, and fighting was usually done by their subordinates. They rarely fought long battles. The main purpose of their visit today was to scare Mr. Kong. They didn't expect to make a move. Chapter 563. Mystic Class Master. Misunderstanding. Who hit my dad? Kong Xiaobo was furious. He saw the 5 fingers on his father's face the moment he entered the room. Now was the chance for him to vent his anger. I hit him. Bro Kong, it's an accident. I'm sorry. Zhou Ruoguang had no choice but to step forward. Your dad calls me Bro Kong and you call me Bro Kong too. Your family's seniority is messy. Kong Xiaobo finally found a chance to vent his anger. These people were bullying him. He did not dare to do anything in the past. But now, he was Lin Yi's #1 follower. He was also a powerful person. Ugh. Uncle Kong. I'm sorry. Please slap me. I didn't mean it. It's an accident. Zhou Ruoguang was afraid of Lin Yi. When he heard that Kong Xiaobo was unhappy, he immediately changed his words. Dad, you should do it. Kong Xiaobo wanted his father to vent his anger. Kong Fu's emotions were complicated. He was surprised that his son's classmate was so powerful. Why were the Zhou's father and son so afraid of him? But no matter what, he was excited and happy. Zhou Ruoguang, who asked him to call him brother just a moment ago, was now his grandson. Because he called his son uncle. However, Kong Fu was not a brute. He did not plan to let Zhou Ruoguang off. He said sarcastically, "Forget it." Brother Zhou said that he didn't mean it. I'm sorry, bro Zhou. I said it wrong again. It's not brother Zhou, it's brother Zhou, ha. Zhou Ruoguang's face turned purple. I'm a bro. Isn't he mocking me? But after a moment's hesitation, he understood that Father Kong was really mocking him. Zhou Ruoguang was not stupid. He kneeled on the ground. Grandpa Kong, I'm not a bro. I'm a grandson in front of you. It was a child. Please don't lower yourself to a child's level. Ruoguang, since Bro Kong and Uncle Kong aren't doing anything, you can slap yourself. Tiandi wanted to calm Kong Xiaobo down a little, so he decided to let him slap himself. Yes, yes. After Zhou Ruoguang heard it, he slapped himself in the face with a clear and loud sound. Brother Kong, Uncle Kong, I'm sorry. I'll definitely give you an explanation. Don't worry, I will definitely make that 8th grade tea house disappear. If Zhou Tiandi wanted to escape, he had to give House Kong an explanation. I was tricked by Zhang Baji, I won't forgive him. Kong Xiaobo didn't want them to stay either, so he sent them away after hearing Tiandi's words. After Tiandi left, Kong Fu and Kong Mu let out a sigh of relief. But they still dragged Kong Xiaobo along, asking him about Lin Yi. Kong Xiaobo didn't know much, so he could only pick out some things that happened in school. After 3 days of recovery, Lin Yi's strength had returned to the late phase of the golden class, but there was still some distance between him and the peak of the late phase of the golden class. In fact, on the second night, Lin Yi had already recovered to the late phase of the golden class, but on the third night, he seemed to have stagnated. Lin Yi was a little depressed. On the fourth night, Lin Yi couldn't help but ask Zhao Yazi, Zhao Lao, why is the energy in my body not increasing? I don't know. Zhao Yazi's voice gave Lin Yi a rude awakening. Ugh. No way. Lin Yi sweated. Well, our arts are different, and I haven't practiced the art of dragon mastery before. I can only answer some common questions, but I don't know about your progress and physical condition after practicing the art of dragon mastery, Zhao Yazi said straightforwardly. Alright, I'll practice it myself. Lin Yi knew that Zhao Yazi was telling the truth. It seemed like he had to find his way forward. Lin Yi sat cross-legged in the jade space as usual, silently channeling the chant of the art of dragon mastery. The energy in his body was immediately mobilized, as if it was responding to Lin Yi's art of dragon mastery. The energy flowed into Lin Yi's body at an unbelievable speed, but Lin Yi could feel the energy being absorbed, and he could feel the instant the energy entered his body. But the total amount of energy in his body didn't increase. This was what made Lin Yi depressed and confused. If it was like before, when the energy was saturated to a certain extent, then it wouldn't increase. Because once the energy was saturated, it wouldn't be absorbed anymore. But this time, the situation was different. Although Lin Yi felt that the energy in his body was no longer increasing, the energy outside his body was still surging into his body. Luckily, the energy in the jade space was sufficient, and it didn't cost money. Otherwise, Lin Yi would die of heartache. The light absorption didn't increase, and it was a little depressing. It was like a skinny man eating delicacies every day, but he didn't gain any weight. However, regardless of whether it was depressing or not, since Zhao Yazi didn't know, Lin Yi could only explore and continue to practice. Anyway, he didn't know where the energy was absorbed, and Lin Yi didn't have anything else to do, so he treated it as a way to kill time. Time passed second by second, and the sky was already bright. The night was almost over. Lin Yi was still crazily absorbing energy in the jade space. Just when Lin Yi wanted to stop cultivating and return to reality, he suddenly realized that the energy around him was still surging into his body at the same speed. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, but he suddenly remembered the first time he entered the jade space. This situation happened once, and that was when the art of dragon mastery broke through the first stage to the second stage. Could it be that I'm going to break through this time? Thinking of this, Lin Yi was surprised and happy, and his heart felt a lot more at ease. After all, Lin Yi knew that this must be the sign of a breakthrough. Boom! Lin Yi's body finally couldn't withstand the huge amount of energy, and it felt like it was going to explode. However, Lin Yi wasn't afraid. An unprecedented feeling of energy surged into Lin Yi's body. This was a very mysterious feeling, and he had never felt it before. In an instant, Lin Yi felt that not only was the energy in his body more abundant than ever, but his movements also seemed to have become much more agile. As for how agile, Lin Yi didn't know, because everything was just a feeling, and he didn't put it into practice. So you're about to break through, early stage mystic class, not bad. Zhao Yazi's voice rang. The physique of you humans determines that other than the level of your skills, there's also your own level. I forgot about this, you humans. Zhao Lao, are you not a human? Lin Yi was stunned. Chapter 564. Meeting an old Daoist, ugh. I don't think so. You look like a spirit. Lin Yi didn't know what kind of existence Zhao Yazi was. Theoretically speaking, he was no longer a human. Congratulations, you got it right. Zhao Yazi nodded. I'm a ghost. Are you afraid? Lin Yi was speechless. He didn't know how much time he spent on the breakthrough, but suddenly, he heard footsteps coming from outside the room. Lin Yi jumped and quickly came back to reality from the jade space. He looked at the alarm clock on the bedside. It was already 6:30 a.m. He usually woke up at this time, but because of the breakthrough today, he was delayed for a while. Lin Yi put on his clothes and pushed the door open. He saw Meng Yao and Yushu talking in the kitchen. Why didn't Shield Bro prepare breakfast today? Yushu rubbed her abdomen with one hand as she searched the table with the other. Did you hide it somewhere? Alright, Shu, Lin Yi hasn't woken up yet. He rushed back to save us. He must be tired after the past 2 days. Let's go to school and have breakfast. Meng Yao shook her head. Oh, Yao Yao sis, are you worried about Shield Bro? Yushu was startled and looked at Meng Yao curiously. Meng Yao blushed and coughed. Why would I be worried? He's our savior, so we have to treat him better. Oh, okay. Yushu nodded. But the school's breakfast isn't good. We should ask Uncle Chu to get a new manager. That manager is a relative of mine. We can't change him. Meng Yao said. Alright, we're graduating soon anyway. We can't eat too many times. Lin Yi stood at the door and smiled. The miss is still the same. She always cares about people behind their backs but acts cold on the surface. It's still early. I'll make something for you guys. Lin Yi walked out of the room and went to the kitchen. You're awake. Meng Yao jumped in fright, her eyes wide open. Did he hear what she just said? Meng Yao felt shy and looked at Lin Yi fiercely. Why didn't you make a sound? Are you trying to scare me? Ha! Lin Yi didn't say anything and went to the kitchen. Li Fu had bought a lot of half-finished products ever since he moved into the villa. He opened the freezer to find some frozen dumplings, and took one out and put it in a steamer basket. He then took out some daylily and enoki mushrooms from the freezer compartment, washed them clean, and cut them into sections. He then poured in some pepper oil, salt, sugar, and chili, and stirred it all up, turning it into a delicious pickled vegetable. On the other side, the soup dumplings were done as well. Lin Yi quickly picked them up from the pot and placed them on the table with the pickled vegetables. Alright, time to eat. Wow, as expected of Shield Bro, you're amazing. Yushu had been starving for a long time, and she reached for the bun. Shoo, how can you eat like that? Didn't you wash your hands when you peed? Meng Yao stopped her. Ugh. I think I didn't pee on my hands. Yushu blushed a little. Think? Meng Yao asked. Ugh. Just a little bit. I got it on my hands when I was wiping them. Yushu stuck her tongue out. Then why aren't you washing your hands? Meng Yao glared. Then this dumpling. You can have it, Yao Yao. Yushu wanted to give the dumpling to Meng Yao. I don't want it. Meng Yao waved her hands. Shield Bro, this is for you. Yushu put the dumpling on Lin Yi's plate. Lin Yi was speechless. When Yushu came back from washing her hands, Lin Yi was still staring at the dumpling, speechless. It wasn't that Lin Yi disliked Yushu. Quite the contrary, he was excited about it. Lin Yi wasn't a prankster. He couldn't bring himself to do it, and he couldn't bring himself to eat it. Throw it away. Meng Yao said as she looked at Lin Yi. I'm not hungry, you guys eat. Lin Yi said with a sigh. Living with Yushu meant that he had to bring out some courage. Yushu seemed to have realized that something was wrong with Lin Yi. She looked at Lin Yi, and then at the dumpling in front of Lin Yi. She started laughing. Ha! Shield Bro, I used my left hand to hold the dumpling, and I used my right hand to pee. With that, Yushu took the dumpling in front of Lin Yi and took a big bite. It tasted really good. Lin Yi and Meng Yao looked at each other, they could see the helplessness in each other's eyes. After breakfast, Faubert came to pick Meng Yao and Yushu up. Lin Yi, on the other hand, drove his crappy van. Lin Yi was feeling pretty good after breaking through from Golden to Mystic. Mystic Masters were rare in the common world now, weren't they? He wouldn't be afraid of Gong Gao the next time he saw him. Physical practitioners were always a little weaker than spiritual practitioners. It wasn't a big difference, but there was still a difference. Lin Yi was feeling happy when he turned his head. He jumped in shock. This was because, in the van that originally had only one person, an old man had sat in the front passenger seat without anyone noticing. The old man was dressed very fashionably, in a t-shirt, jeans, sunglasses, and slicked back hair. Shit! Lin Yi slammed on the brakes. Who are you? How and when did the old man get in the car? Lin Yi didn't notice at all. He was originally happy about his breakthrough to Mystic early phase, but his mood dropped to the bottom. I'm Monk Mo Kongwen. The old man nodded to Lin Yi. Amateus Buddha. Amateus Buddha. Are you a Taoist or a monk? Lin Yi didn't understand. Who was this old man? Was he a master? However, Lin Yi couldn't feel a single bit of energy coming from him. Neither. The old man shook his head. Then why do you call yourself a monk? Lin Yi blinked. My surname is Monk, my name is Mo Kongwen. The old man said. Lin Yi was speechless. The old man was obviously bullshitting. I don't know you. You can get out. Mister, you have too much hostility. It's a bad sign. The old man kept talking. Lin Yi opened the door to the passenger seat and kicked the old man out. He started the car quickly and stepped on the gas pedal, speeding away. He was an old liar. Lin Yi was just relieved when he heard someone knocking on the window. He turned his head and saw Mo Kongwen running outside the car. He even knocked on the window. Lin Yi looked at the speed of the car and his eyes widened. 60 miles per hour. How did this old man keep up? Chapter 565. Chapter 565, Not Coming to School. Lin Yi felt that there was something wrong with this old man. He immediately stepped on the gas pedal. Mo Kongwen gave Lin Yi an unfathomable feeling. Lin Yi didn't want to have anything to do with him. How could someone who could run this fast be an ordinary person? Although Lin Yi was confident that he could reach this speed after reaching Mystic Class, this old man didn't seem to have any strength at all. Lin Yi drove the broken van like a sports car. In the blink of an eye, Mo Kongwen finally disappeared. Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief. However, good things didn't last long. While Lin Yi was waiting at a red light, a head popped out from the windshield, followed by a hand knocking on the windshield. Fuck. Lin Yi was thankful that he was mentally strong. If it was someone else, they would have been scared to death by this old man. How did this guy get on top of his car? Did he get on top of his car the moment he sped up? Lin Yi knew that he couldn't avoid it. He had no choice but to stop the car by the roadside and get out. As expected, he saw Mo Kongwen sitting on top of the car leisurely with half a chicken claw in his hand. Old man, what do you want? Do I know you? Lin Yi felt that he was really unlucky. Why did he bump into someone like this? I don't know you, but my master asked me to come and see you. Mo Kongwen jumped down from the car. There's too much evil qi in your body. It's affecting your true qi. If you don't get rid of it in time, you'll be in big trouble. Lin Yi frowned. Lin Yi would have turned around and left if he heard this old man say this. However, after seeing this old man's terrifying speed and hearing him mention true qi, Lin Yi felt that this old man was a little strange. You know about true qi? Of course, I also know that you're at the peak of the late phase of the golden class, and you're about to break through. However, there's too much murderous aura around you, and it'll affect the absorption of true qi. If you try to break through by force, you'll be heavily injured at best, and you'll die at worst, Mo Kongwen said slowly. Lin Yi frowned again. How could this old man know about the golden class? But Lin Yi laughed coldly in his heart when he heard him say that he was at the peak of the late phase of the golden class. He thought that Lin Yi had some ability, but it seemed like he heard it from somewhere and used it to fool him. If it was before today, Lin Yi might have believed him, but Lin Yi had just reached the mystic class, so naturally, he wouldn't believe this old man's words. Oh, is that so? Lin Yi asked faintly, but his hand suddenly moved and slapped at the old man. Of course, Lin Yi didn't really want to do anything to this old man, but he wanted to use this opportunity to test the old man's depth. He wanted to see if he really had some ability, or if he was a complete liar. Mo Kongwen saw Lin Yi's attack, but he didn't care and casually blocked it. Then, he gasped and looked at Lin Yi in surprise. You broke through. You're at the early phase of the mystic class. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. It was already amazing that this old man could easily resolve his attack, and he could even say his current level, which meant that this old man wasn't simple. Although Lin Yi didn't use his full strength, it was impossible for him to resolve a mystic class master's attack so easily without the strength of a mystic class master. But what kind of level was this old man at? Lin Yi was really shocked. When Lin Yi was at the golden class, he could clearly see Wu Gonggao's strength. Now that Lin Yi was already a mystic class master, he still couldn't see the old man's strength. Who are you? Thinking of this, Lin Yi looked at the old man vigilantly. That's strange, you actually broke through, and you're still fine. Mo Kongwen looked puzzled and shook his head. Master said that you're in danger. He wouldn't lie to me, right? Old man, what are you talking about? Who's your master? Lin Yi asked. You're fine, goodbye. Mo Kongwen waved his hand, turned around, and ran away. In an instant, he turned into a shadow and disappeared from Lin Yi's sight. Lin Yi was envious of this speed, but he couldn't catch up even if he wanted to. Although he was a little surprised by Mo Kongwen's identity, Lin Yi couldn't do anything about it. Fortunately, Mo Kongwen didn't seem to be hostile towards him, and he really wanted to help him. After all, he was only at the late stage of Golden Class yesterday, and he only broke through in one night. And this master that Mo Kongwen mentioned actually knew him so well. This made Lin Yi wonder who this master was. However, these questions couldn't be answered for the time being, because Mo Kongwen had disappeared. There was no point for Lin Yi to think about it, so he could only put these strange things to the back of his mind. He returned to the car and drove in the direction of the school. After the first class in the morning, Lin Yi went to grade 12 class 9 to look for Tang Yun, but unexpectedly, Tang Yun didn't come to school today. Lin Yi then called Tang Yun's phone, but it was still turned off. He wanted to ask Lu Xinwen, but she didn't come to school either. This time, Lin Yi was a little confused. Did the two of them make an appointment? Why didn't they come to school? But no matter what, Lin Yi couldn't find them, so he could only go back to the class. Kong Xiaobo was eager to tell Lin Yi about yesterday's encounter, but Lin Yi went out after class. When he saw Lin Yi coming back, Kong Xiaobo wanted to say something, but the homeroom teacher, Ms. Liu, walked to the podium and said, "Everyone, please be quiet. I have something important to tell you." The class immediately quieted down. Although it was the end of class, no one dared to disobey the homeroom teacher. Let me tell you a piece of unfortunate news. Our classmate, Zhong Pingliang, was kidnapped by unknown people yesterday morning outside the school. One of his kidneys was removed, and he was placed in front of the Songshan First People's Hospital. Ms. Liu just received a call from Zhong Fabai, and it was to ask for leave for Zhong Pingliang. Wadash, the whole class was in an uproar. This news was too shocking. Such a tragedy happened to Zhong Pingliang. This made the students sympathize with him, but at the same time, they were worried that something like this would happen to them. Although the 12th year students didn't really care about the news, they were aware of the recent cases of homeless people, beggars, and disabled people who were kidnapped and had their kidneys cut off. After all, the rumors spread like wildfire, and it was scary. Chapter 566. Chapter 566, Making a Deal. Oh. Yao Yao sis, Shield Bro is so awesome. Zhong Pingliang's kidney was cut off. Yushu didn't expect Lin Yi to be so ruthless as to cut off one of Zhong Pingliang's kidneys. He didn't do it, did he? He wouldn't do such a thing, would he? Meng Yao was confused. After all, it was too cruel. She subconsciously thought that Lin Yi wasn't such a cruel person. He. Who cares, Zhong Pingliang is done for. He won't harass Yao Yao sis anymore. Yushu didn't mind. From her point of view, Lin Yi should be more aggressive towards his enemies in order to chase them away. Not necessarily. I heard that losing a kidney doesn't kill him, right? Meng Yao frowned. I don't know about that. But I saw on the internet that losing a kidney means you can't have sex. I wonder if it's true. Yushu blinked and smiled evilly. Shoo, don't say such dirty words. Meng Yao's face turned red as she lectured. No, I'm just saying the truth. I didn't say it, it's from the internet. Yushu felt wronged. Anyway, don't say it again. Girls who are so dirty won't be able to get married. Meng Yao said sternly. Oh, Yao Yao sis will take care of it. Buy one get one free. People will buy it even if it's dirty. Yushu didn't care. Didn't they say that all men like perverted girls? Meng Yao ignored her. Zhong Pingliang is out of danger now. He's receiving treatment at the hospital. I want to organize a group of students to visit Zhong Pingliang in the hospital. Everyone is free to participate. Those who don't want to go can study in the classroom. Ms. Liu continued. I've already arranged for a bus. It'll be here soon. Those who want to go, prepare to go downstairs with me now. Zhong Pingliang wasn't very popular. He was one of the bad students in the class. Many serious students didn't even spare him a glance. However, Zhong Pingliang had organized a trip to the beach last time. This made him a lot more popular. Everyone was indebted to him. Now that he was in trouble, they couldn't miss him. Therefore, everyone put down the books in their hands and got up to go downstairs. After Fabai left, Zihua pondered for a bit before calling Jiang Wen. Masterin, do you know Fabai? Zihua asked. Zhong Fabai. I don't know you, mahjong players. Jiang Wen had just gotten rid of his love rival and was celebrating in the hotel. No, he's someone with some power in Songshan. His son's called Zhong Pingliang. Zihua said. Zhong Pingliang. Jiang Wen interrupted Zihua before he could finish. Zihua bro, you're not here to scold me, are you? But I can tell you that I was the one who cut off Pingliang's kidney. Jiang Wen's tone made Zihua pause. It seemed like Pingliang and Jiang Wen had quite a deep grudge. Young Masterin, that's not what I mean. Zihua, naturally, didn't want to offend Jiang Wen. Masterin, but this Zhong Fabai came to me just now, asking for an explanation for his son. Oh, then what do you mean, Zihua bro? Jiang Wen asked faintly. I don't mind, but this Zhong Fabai is working for Master Bing now, so Master Bing has to ask about this. Zihua was in a difficult position. He didn't want to offend Jiang Wen. After all, Housen was backed by the fire wolves. But he had to give an explanation for Fabai's situation. Oh, then let Master Bing come to me. I've been wanting to meet Master Bing anyway. Jiang Wen said nonchalantly. So be it. Even if it was Master Bing's dog, he would still do it. What else could he do? Would Master Bing become enemies with Housen because of this? After all, the firewolves weren't any weaker than the family of the person behind Master Bing. It was hard to say who would win if they really went against each other. Masterin, you've misunderstood. Zihua was depressed. What was going on? He didn't know what Pingliang did to piss Jiang Wen off, but he had to act as a mediator. But it wasn't easy to mediate. He and Jiang Wen were working well together, and there was no need to ruin their relationship because of Pingliang. He could only ask, Masterin, what kind of grudge do you have with Pingliang? Why did you have to do this? I'm not afraid to tell you. Jiang Wen didn't plan to hide it from Zihua. He told Zihua about the recording he heard from Lin Yi. He kidnapped my childhood sweetheart, how could I let him go? That's true. This Zhong Pingliang has gone too far. Zihua sighed. If what Jiang Wen said was true, then it wouldn't be too much to teach Pingliang a lesson. But now that the conflict had started, it wouldn't be easy to mediate. We need to give Zhong Fabai an explanation. Why don't we just hand Lin Yi over? This kid is obviously trying to provoke you and use you to get rid of Pingliang. He's Ming Yao's bodyguard. Naturally, he wouldn't allow a bomb like Pingliang to be around Meng Yao. I know, but Lin Yi is my informant. It's not good to hand him over like this, is it? Jiang Wen said faintly. I'll give you another 10% of our business. Can you give Zhong Fabai an explanation? Zihua gritted his teeth. This Zhong Fabai really was useful right now. He couldn't ignore him for now. Zihua had no choice but to come up with this plan. Deal. Let Zhong Fabai call me. Jiang Wen laughed in his heart. What did Lin Yi's death have to do with him? He was just messing with Zihua a little. After knowing that Lin Yi was just a bodyguard, Jiang Wen didn't really put Lin Yi in his eyes anymore. He just wanted to use him to get some information about Meng Yao. Not long after, Fabai's call came. He asked directly, Masterin, how did my son offend you? Why did you do this? It seemed that Zihua didn't say much. He only told Fabai that it was Jiang Wen who did it. As for the specifics, he would ask Fabai himself. Fabai, naturally, had heard of Jiang Wen's name. He used to be one of Songshan's 4 young masters, and was now the leader of House in Songshan. He had the firewolves behind him. So Fabai didn't make a fuss. He held back his anger and asked Jiang Wen why he did it. Jiang Wen had already made a deal with Zihua. He wasn't impatient at all. He told him the reason why he did it. What kind of person was Jiang Wen? One of Songshan's 4 young masters. How famous was he? His name was even more famous than Fabai's. Chapter 567. How to deal with him. Fabai didn't have anything else he could do. He didn't dare to offend Jiang Wen. He was someone who was on par with Master Bing, and he had the support of the firewolves. Who would dare to offend him? Although Fabai dared to call himself one of the big bosses of Songshan City's underworld, he was just a small fry compared to the firewolf gang. It was Lin Yi who instigated me to do this. Lin Yi is Ming Yao's bodyguard. In the end, Jiang Wen pushed the blame to Lin Yi for Zihua's sake and told Fabai to take revenge on Lin Yi. Fabai now had a way out. He didn't dare to go against Jiang Wen, but against a small bodyguard, wasn't it a piece of cake? With that in mind, Fabai didn't dwell on Jiang Wen's actions anymore. Masterin, my son's actions are indeed offensive, but can you please return the kidney to my son for the sake of Master Bing and Zihua bro? Fabai asked. Return the kidney. Jiang Wen smiled coldly. How was that possible? The kidney had been sent abroad to find a recipient. Why would it be returned to him? I'm sorry, Mr. Zhong. I was so angry that I fed your son's kidney to the dogs. I'm really sorry. Jiang Wen naturally wouldn't reveal the kidney company behind him. Fabai froze, but he didn't suspect anything. If it was him, he wouldn't keep his enemy's kidney and put it back, right? Fabai could only accept his bad luck. He wouldn't die from losing a kidney anyway. It was better to find a way to take revenge on Lin Yi. Although he wanted to kill Jiang Wen to vent his anger, he was no match for him. After hanging up the phone, Fabai told his son the truth. His son was the victim, so he had the right to know. On one hand, Fabai wanted to warn his son not to do anything reckless. He needed to think about the consequences before doing anything. He only had 1 kidney left. That's what happened. Jiang Wen did it, but he said that it was Lin Yi who told him. Fabai said gloomily. Who is Jiang Wen? Yes, I vaguely heard someone call him Young Master Wen. Pin Liang had woken up by now. Losing a kidney was serious, but it wouldn't affect his life. Jiang Wen used to be one of the 4 young masters of Songshan, and Yushu's brother, Chen Yutian, is the leader of the 4 young masters. Fabai sighed, none of them can be underestimated. It's not that I'm belittling myself, but compared to them, I'm still far behind. This time, Yushu's brother didn't cause you any trouble. Otherwise, you might have lost your other kidney. He had to scare his son. Otherwise, who knew what kind of trouble this kid would cause? Zhong Pingliang's face changed instantly, and he started to feel scared. He remembered what happened to Wu Shaocan. Chen Yutian broke both of Wu Xiaozan's legs. Son, we can only endure this hatred for now. Fabai said, we're no match for Jiang Wen. He has the firewolves behind him. Even Master Bing has to give him face. We can only take this lying down. Dad, I understand. I won't use force, but I'll remember this. Pinliang gritted his teeth, and a sinister look flashed across his eyes. The day Naipeo returns from his training will be the day of Jiang Wen's death. Yes, a little impatience will spoil a great plan. We must endure it. Fabai nodded. Right, Dad, you said that Lin Yi gave you the information. How does Lin Yi know Jiang Wen? Why would he do that? Pinliang suddenly remembered what his father said about Lin Yi. This kid is Mingyao bodyguard. Fabai said, he's the one who told Jiang Wen about Mengyao. What? He's Mingyao bodyguard. Pinliang froze. How could Lin Yi be Mingyao bodyguard? The two of them didn't seem to be on the same wavelength. What was going on? Yes. He's hired by Pingzhan to protect Mengyao and Yushu in the dark. Fabai nodded. Every debt has a debtor, but this time, we can only target Pingzhan and Lin Yi. We can't touch Pingzhan for now, but as for Lin Yi, we can make an example out of him. Fuck. Pinliang almost jumped up from his bed. I was wondering why Yushu had Lin Yi's photo in her phone. So he's Mingyao's bodyguard. Fuck, I didn't realize this. This kid always seems to be ruining things between Mengyao and me in school. So he's Mingyao's bodyguard. This kid sure is good at hiding his strength. Son, Mengyao isn't your type. Don't go after her anymore. Fabai sighed. Jiang Wen isn't someone we can touch right now. We'll focus on Lin Yi first. We'll think about other things when we're stronger. Dad, I understand. At this point, Pinliang understood that it was impossible for him to pursue Mengyao. At least, it was impossible before Zhang Naipeo appeared out of nowhere. As reluctant as he was, Pinliang gritted his teeth. A man doesn't have to worry about not having a wife. Dad, don't worry, I'll endure it until the day we get rich. Yes, that's right. We'll take revenge for this. But for now, we can only live under Master Bing's protection. Fabai nodded, pleased. Right, Dad, that Lin Yi isn't weak. We need to deal with him. Pinliang was still worried about Lin Yi's skills. After all, Lin Yi had crippled Heibao bro. Don't worry, we'll need Master Bing's help to deal with him. We won't stand out. Fabai said, there's no rush. We need to gain Master Bing's trust first. I'll do a good job with the slums. Let Master Bing treat me as his right-hand man. That's the only way we can borrow his power. The slums. Pinliang's eyes lit up. Dad, I have an idea. I know how to deal with Lin Yi. Oh. What do you think? Fabai didn't expect his son to have an idea so soon. He was worried that his son wouldn't come up with another idiotic idea, would he? Luckily, he told him about it beforehand. Otherwise, he'd be in trouble again. Son, think before you act. Don't be impulsive. Chapter 568. Chapter 568, Visiting Pinliang. Pinliang's words stunned Fabai. It was said that great emotions could change a person's personality and make an immature child grow up in an instant. However, he had never seen it with his own eyes. Seeing that Pinliang was much more mature and didn't sound like a child anymore, Fabai was very pleased. Son, I'm glad that you think like that. You didn't lose your kidney for nothing. I won't lose it for nothing. I won't let go of Jiang Wen and Pingzhan. Pinliang shook his head. But for now, let's pick the weak ones first. Dad, aren't you going to demolish the slums? I know that Lin Yi's girlfriend lives in the slums. When you demolish the place, make things difficult for her family. Of course, it's best if you direct the conflict to Master Bing. Lin Yi will use Jiang Wen to deal with me, so we'll use Master Bing to deal with Lin Yi. If anything happens, Lin Yi and Peng Zhan's anger will only be directed at Master Bing, not us. Fabai listened to his son's suggestion and nodded. That's a good idea, but if they don't stay in the slums, we won't be able to cause conflict, right? We can create conflict with this. For example, forcefully demolish their house, hee. We can use a bulldozer and let Master Bing do it himself. Pin Liang suggested. Okay, I'll try my best. Fabai hated Lin Yi as well. If he could use Master Bing to mess with him, he would be more than happy to do so. As he spoke, his phone rang. It was Pin Liang's homeroom teacher. Thus, he quickly picked up the call. Hello, Teacher Liu. Oh. You organized a group of students to visit Pin Liang. Thank you so much. Are you at the hospital already? Alright, come over. He's in room 418 of the 4th ward. After hanging up, Fabai said to Pin Liang, your teacher and classmates are here to visit you. I'm going out for a smoke. Pin Liang nodded and felt warmth in his heart. It seemed like his teacher and classmates didn't forget about him. The last time he treated them to a trip, he had repaid the favor. Otherwise, how miserable would it be if not a single classmate came to his hospital? He waited for a while, but the students didn't show up. It would take some time to get to the 4th hospital from the entrance. Pin Liang picked up his iPad too and logged into the mobile reading base's website. He started reading a novel called Very Pure Very Flirtatious Prequel. This was a very YY school novel, and the main character in the novel was very powerful. It was super fun to step on people, and Pin Liang had fallen in love with this novel. He kept fantasizing about being the main character in the novel, wondering when he'd be able to step on Lin Yi and Zhang Wen like that. However, the more he read, the more depressed he became. Why did he feel like a supporting character in a novel who was stepped on? And so, Pin Liang fantasized that this side character could get strong enough to take down the main character. He didn't know how long had passed, but when he was enjoying himself, footsteps came from outside the ward. Then, the ward door was pushed open, and his classmates filed into the ward. Pin Liang put his apple aside and raised his head with a smile. Although he saw Yushu and Meng Yao walking in front of him, he didn't see anything wrong with their presence. He had learned how to hide himself, and he wasn't surprised that Meng Yao and Yushu were rescued safely. If they weren't, Zhang Wen wouldn't dare to act recklessly. As for the process of being rescued, Pin Liang didn't think about it. It was meaningless. Oh. Liangyi, I heard that you lost a kidney. Yushu exclaimed as soon as she entered the ward, does that mean that I'm not a man anymore? Pin Liang heard Yushu's words and felt embarrassed, but he didn't throw a tantrum. After all, he was the one who kidnapped them first. Yushu was probably here to insult him. But Yushu's expression was innocent, and no one would think that she was insulting him. Ahem, Shu, don't talk nonsense. Of course he's a man, he just doesn't have a kidney. Meng Yao wanted to laugh, but she played along with Yushu's act for once. She hated Pin Liang very much. Oh, I got it. Then he's not a complete man. Yushu nodded as she realized what Lin Yi meant. Yushu and Meng Yao's conversation made the students laugh. They couldn't help it. Although they sympathized with Pin Liang, Yushu's words were too funny. Not a complete man. That was very ambiguous. Pin Liang's face turned red, but he couldn't refute it. How could he? He was missing a kidney, so he wasn't a complete man. Yushu was right. Wow. Liangyi, isn't this an iPad too? I saw a news article about a guy selling his kidney to buy an iPad. You're not that guy, are you? Yushu looked at Pin Liang, surprised. Pin Liang was speechless. He wanted to smash the iPad on the spot. His family was rich, okay. Did he need to sell his kidney? It was cut off by someone, okay. Pin Liang wanted to say that Yushu knew how he lost his kidney, but he couldn't say that. But he couldn't say that out loud. Wouldn't that be admitting that he'd kidnapped Meng Yao and Yushu? He couldn't admit it. Admitting it was another matter. Pin Liang wasn't an idiot. He could only let Yushu talk nonsense. At that moment, Miss Lu came in, and Yushu stopped talking nonsense. She stood at the side with a smile, holding Meng Yao's hand. Her eyes were full of curiosity. "Shu, let's go. I don't feel good when I see him." Meng Yao frowned. She didn't want to be too close to Pin Liang. "Okay, let's go." Yushu nodded. "I just wanted to see what a person without a kidney looks like." "He looks normal." "It's nothing, right?" Meng Yao shook her head, and the two walked out hand in hand. Lin Yi didn't go forward at all. He only followed Meng Yao and Yushu. Pin Liang didn't have much of a relationship with most people. They only came to see him out of sympathy. Now that they were done, they were ready to go back to school. After all, the 12th grade was very tight. Many people had to go back to study. Xiaofu came with everyone, trembling. He didn't know the truth behind Pin Liang's kidney being cut off, but he had a feeling that it had something to do with Meng Yao's kidnapping. He was scared that he would be the next target. Chapter 569. The secret theft plan. Fuck, who else could it be? It's all because of Meng Yao. Pin Liang said hatefully. But it wasn't Ping Zhan, it was someone else. Have you heard of the songs Han 4 Young Masters? Yeah, but wasn't that a long time ago? Didn't they all go their separate ways now? Xiaofu said. It was one of the 4 young masters, Zhang Wen. I didn't expect Meng Yao to be his childhood sweetheart. Looks like I've fallen into his hands this time. Pin Liang said helplessly. Looks like I can't get back at him anymore. No way, he's that strong. Xiaofu paused. What do we do? What else can we do? Just bear with it for now. Pin Liang said faintly. Don't worry, it's over. You won't be dragged into this. Liang bro, that's not what I meant. I'm not scared, it's just that this is too cruel. Cutting out a kidney for you. Xiaofu said, but he was afraid. Forget it, we'll just keep quiet from now on. Let's see who dares to go against us after Naipeo leaves the mountain. Pin Liang said, gritting his teeth. Yeah, who do we have to be afraid of when Naipeo comes back? We'll be the new Songs Han 3 young masters. We'll kill whoever dares to go against us. Xiaofu was looking forward to Naipeo as well. Alright, Xiaofu, focus on your studies. Let's not cause any more trouble for now, Pin Liang said. Pin Liang didn't mention that he was going to cause trouble for Lin Yi through Master Bing. He was afraid that Xiaofu would leak it out. Pin Liang was much calmer now. Donghai, Dr. Kang's villa. Dr. Kang's face was very unfriendly. House Kang didn't get anything out of this auction at all. Not only did they buy a pill of life extension and toxin cleansing at a high price, but they also spent most of their money. That was not all. The most important thing was that there was basically no hope for him to become an aristocratic family. The skin beautifying golden creation, which they had high hopes for, became dispensable in front of the special edition injury medicine from Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company. The 1,000-year snow lotus that they bought at a high price might not even be able to recoup the cost. Grandpa, I think Grandpa must have given the formula to Kong Xiaobo. Otherwise, why would Miracle Dr. Guan's company have the formula for the injury medicine and the special edition? Zhao Long said carefully as he looked at his grandpa who was walking around the room. I've asked. Boss said that he hasn't seen the formula. Kong Xiaobo doesn't have any formula either. Dr. Kong shook his head. I know boss's character. If he wanted to make money, he wouldn't have quarreled with me in the first place. Grandpa, times have changed. Kong Ming Ming stood up and said, at that time, Big Grandpa didn't have a grandson, so he didn't think too much. He only thought about himself. But now, he was thinking about the future of his children and grandchildren. Look at how pitiful Kong Xiaobo is right now. His women are all my leftovers. Big Grandpa wouldn't want his grandson to be poor, would he? That's why he gave the formula to Kong Xiaobo. But he's afraid of losing face in front of you, so he won't admit it to you. Xiao Ming, what you're saying is possible. Dr. Kong nodded. Then, what do you think we should do? Kong Ming Ming was a sinister person himself, so it wasn't a problem for him to think of sinister things. But it was a bit hard for him to come up with a plan. Grandpa, I think we should get to the bottom of this. First, we need to see how they got the formula, and second, we need to get the formula for the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing, Xiaolong said. Of course, we can't stop researching the formula for the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing. If we can make this pill, there's still hope for us to become a noble house. Of course, but we don't have our own people there. How are we supposed to get to the bottom of this? Dr. Kong nodded. Grandpa, didn't I tell you? There's a powerful person in our house. Xiaolong said as he looked at Kong Ming Ming. Dr. Kong paused, remembering what Xiaolong said in Yanjing. He nodded. Xiaolong, tell me your plan. Xiao Ming, I have a serious mission for you. Xiaolong said seriously, looking at Kong Ming Ming. Me? What mission? Kong Ming Ming was getting goosebumps from Xiaolong's stare, he didn't know what he wanted. Hit on Guan Xuemin's granddaughter, Guan Axian. What do you think? Can you complete this mission? Xiaolong asked, looking at Kong Ming Ming. Hit on girls. Kong Ming Ming paused, then smiled. I can't say for other things, but I'm pretty good at hitting on girls. That's my forte, just leave it to me. Dr. Kong didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Kong Ming Ming's words, but this grandson of his wasn't completely useless. He really had to let him handle these side tasks. Guan Xuemin's granddaughter isn't that bad, unlike the girls you play around with. You'll have to put in more effort, Xiaolong said. According to my research, this Guan Axian became a nurse in the hospital after graduating from medical school, but she's pretty pure. I don't think she's had a boyfriend before, so this type of girl has a pure heart. It's not easy to get her, but once you get her, she'll be completely loyal to you. If you ask her to help you with some secrets, she'll be more than willing to help you. Big bro, I didn't know you were this good. You know how girls think. Kong Ming Ming was quite surprised, he didn't think that his big bro, who'd never had a girlfriend, would know so much about women. This is just theoretical knowledge, and you're the one who's put it into practice. So, we still have to rely on you for this. If you get the recipe, you'll have done a great job. Xiaolong said. Alright, big bro, I don't have much talent in management, but I'm confident in doing things like this. Just send me out for these kinds of things in the future, it'll be a piece of cake for me. Kong Ming Ming had always been worried about not having a chance to show off his skills, and now he had a chance. After finalizing the plan, the Kong family discussed the analysis of the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing's formula. Xiaolong, based on the current situation, this pill of life extension and toxin cleansing is different from the previous one, be it in terms of color or taste. Dr. Kong said. Could it be that we got it wrong last time? That the one we brought back was just dog shit? Chapter 570. Chapter 570, Eaten by Dogs. This time, we can't afford to make any more mistakes. We need to work hard on researching the ingredients of the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing. If we have the recipe, there's still hope for us to become a noble house, Dr. Kong said. Grandpa, what about me and Wang Xinyan? Xiaolong hadn't planned on interacting with Wang Xinyan at first, but things had changed so quickly. Becoming a noble house was a sure thing, but it was all gone in the blink of an eye. This made Xiaolong very depressed. We still have to interact with her. Our family is in a troubled state right now, and we can't cut off contact with the Xiao family. Dr. Kang's voice was filled with helplessness. Xiaolong nodded. He was still very interested in Wang Xinyan, but he couldn't decide how far he should go with her because of the benefits of his family. He was afraid that House Kong would become too powerful, and he would be tied down by Wang Xinyan. He was also afraid that House Kong would lose the support of the Xiao family and become even more miserable. And so, Xiaolong didn't get a good night's sleep. He woke up early in the morning, planning to bring the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing to the lab to study its ingredients. If he really couldn't figure out what it was, then he'd have to go back to Wang Xinyan. He came to the living room, where his grandpa had placed the pill yesterday. Xiaolong was just about to reach for it when he realized that the box with the pill was open. The pill of life extension and toxin cleansing inside had disappeared without a trace. Oh no! Where was the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing? Grandpa! Xiaolong yelped in fright. This was over 400 million. It wasn't a joke. Xiaolong's voice alerted Dr. Kong, Kong Guifeng, Kong Cuepu, and Kong Mingming. They all rushed to the living room and looked at the empty box on the coffee table, their mouths agape. Why is it gone? Who touched the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing? Dr. Kang's first thought was that someone in his family had secretly stolen the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing, so his expression immediately darkened. Everyone was stunned, but they shook their heads. They were all members of the Kong family. Although Kong Guifeng and Kong Cuepu had some conflicts in the dark, it was still a personal grudge. How could they dare to disrupt the family's affairs? Dog fur. Kong Mingming's sharp eyes suddenly noticed a few strands of dog fur beside the box containing the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing. Where's the shepherd dog? Dr. Kong was stunned and frowned. Could it be that his dog had taken it away? Previously, because he had been researching dog poop, he had left the German shepherd dog at home. Later on, he realized that dog poop was useless, so he didn't bother with it and just casually kept it at home. However, he didn't expect that dog to cause trouble and steal the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing. Everyone in the Kong family came to their senses and started searching the entire villa for the dog. Finally, they found the German shepherd dog in a corner of the courtyard. The German shepherd dog was curled up next to a pile of broken twigs. Around the dog was a pile of dog poop. It was extremely smelly. However, Dr. Kong couldn't care less about the smell of dog poop. He picked up the German shepherd dog and started searching around. However, after searching for a long time, he couldn't find the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing. The pill of life extension and toxin cleansing had disappeared. Where did this stupid dog take the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing to? Dr. Kong was incomparably anxious. Cold sweat had formed on his forehead. That was bought with shining silver. It was more than 400 million. If it was lost, wouldn't it be a huge loss? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Where could they find such a small pill? This villa was huge. No matter where it fell, they wouldn't be able to take care of it. However, only Kong Mingming's expression changed. Grandpa, could it have been eaten by a dog? What do you mean Grandpa was eaten by a dog? How can you say that? Kong Cuepu was a little angry when he heard his son's inappropriate words. It's not that Grandpa was eaten by a dog. I'm saying the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing was eaten by a dog. Kong Mingming hurriedly explained, this dog's condition is similar to the last time I ate it. It's all diarrhea, and it's lying there powerlessly. When Dr. Kong heard Kong Mingming's words, he looked at the dog's condition. Indeed, it was no different. His head immediately buzzed and his vision went black. He collapsed to the ground and fainted. Anyone in his shoes would faint. The pill of life extension and toxin cleansing that was bought with 400 million was eaten by a dog. How was anyone supposed to live? Dr. Kong fainted was still alright. If it were someone with a weaker mental fortitude, their heart would have exploded. The rest of them weren't much better off than Dr. Kong. He was the Kong family's only hope for ascension, but he was eaten by a dog just like that. The heavens weren't helping the Kong family. However, regardless of what the heavens were thinking, the Kong family hurriedly sent Dr. Kong to the hospital. The pill of life extension and toxin cleansing was gone. If anything happened to Dr. Kong, the Kong family would really be finished. Miracle Dr. Kong, on the other hand, was fine. He'd only fainted because of the anxiety, and woke up when he got to the hospital. He was worried about the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing at home. Even if it was eaten by a dog, he'd kill the dog and extract the pill from its stomach. You bastards, why are you sending me to the hospital? What a waste of time. Why don't you open up the dog's stomach and see if there's any pill inside? Dr. Kong was furious. These wastrels were really infuriating. Didn't they know what was more important? Kong Gui Fong and the rest looked at each other. That's right. Why didn't they think of that? It was probably too late to go back now, right? The dog had already digested the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing. But no matter what, Dr. Kong still rushed out of the hospital and brought his family back to the villa. What greeted him was a shepherd dog full of energy. There was no need to mention how energetic this shepherd dog was. It jumped up and down with inexhaustible energy. Dr. Kong regretted it when he saw the dog. The dog must have digested the pill already. How else could it be so energetic? But Miracle Dr. Kong still wanted to give it a try. He killed the dog, but there was nothing left in the dog's stomach. It seemed like it had been digested. Dr. Kong sat on the ground, almost crying himself to death. He almost rolled on the ground. 400 million. That was more than 400 million, gone just like that. There was nothing left. Why was his family so unlucky? Dr. Kong pounded his chest and stamped his feet. The others weren't any better. Kong Guifeng and Kong Tsuepu had dark expressions on their faces, and Zhao Long and Kong Mingming were feeling extremely regretful as well. Another good opportunity was missed by the Kong family. Chapter 571. Dr. Kong almost died. Yes, yes. Let's eat dog meat. Dr. Kong perked up. Xiaoming's idea is still the best. Since the dog ate the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing, let's eat the dog. It should have some effect, right? The rest of the Kong family felt that it made sense. So, the Kong family quickly cooked the dog meat. The dog was really strong, and the whole family ate it for an entire night before the dog meat was all gone. Everyone wanted to extend their lifespan, and while ensuring that Miracle Dr. Kong had enough to eat, the others all fought to eat as well. In the end, they had to force themselves to eat, waiting for a miracle to happen. However, their idea was good, but the actual result was sad. On the second day, other than everyone eating too much and shitting more than usual, there was no effect at all. The dog meat was basically wasted. Dr. Kang's heart ached. What an eventful time. Wasn't the Kong family's bad luck a little too much? His heart was bleeding. He had worked so hard to save up 400 million yuan, and now it was gone just like that. Grandpa, since the dog ate the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing, he probably couldn't digest it completely, right? There might even be some pill of life extension and toxin cleansing in the dog poop. Why don't I try eating some dog poop? Kong Mingming's brain worked. Since the dog meat had no effect, he turned his attention to the dog poop. This. Dr. Kong heard Kong Ming Ming's words and felt that it made sense. There might really be some pill of life extension and toxin cleansing in the dog poop. If he let Kong Ming Ming eat it, Kong Ming Ming might just get lucky again. So, Dr. Kong gritted his teeth and said, "I'll eat it. You already ate it last time. Let me try it this time." There wasn't a lot of dog poop, so everyone coveted it. However, since Dr. Kong had spoken, the descendants of the Kong family could only give this precious opportunity to eat dog poop to Dr. Kong. This time, the dog poop was much smellier than usual. However, in order to prolong his life, Dr. Kong had no choice but to bite the bullet and eat it. He was almost suffocated to death by the smell of the dog poop. If he hadn't gritted his teeth and endured, he might have vomited it out. But this time, Dr. Kong was disappointed again. Not only was he disappointed, but he almost lost his life. After eating the dog poop, he started to vomit and have diarrhea, but there was no detoxification. After 2 to 3 days, Dr. Kong was almost dehydrated. When the Kong family saw that things couldn't go on like this, they quickly sent Old Man Kong to the hospital. After a checkup, it was confirmed that he had food poisoning. The doctor said that if he had come 2 days later, the old man would have died. The Kangs were puzzled at first. How could they be poisoned by eating dog poop? But when Dr. Kong woke up, his words woke them up. The name of the pill was the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing. Naturally, it was for detoxification. What he ate was the poison excreted by dogs. Wouldn't that make him food poisoning? The Kangs tried 13 different methods, and in the end, Dr. Kong almost lost his life. Dr. Kong called for a family meeting on his sickbed, listing this incident as House Kang's top secret. No one was to mention it in the future. There was no other reason than that it was too embarrassing. If this were to be exposed, House Kong would be done for. For now, they should just stick to Kong Ming Ming's plan of hitting on girls. Starting with Guan Xian was the best option. If they could get the recipe for the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing, House Kong would be able to survive this crisis. Lin Yi looked at Pinliang's calm, yet hazy eyes. He had a vague feeling that there was something wrong with him, but he couldn't figure out what Pinliang was planning. Intuition told Lin Yi that Pinliang would definitely take revenge, but he didn't know if the target would be House Chu or Jiang Wen. On the way back to school, Lin Yi and Kong Xiaobo sat together. Kong Xiaobo didn't hide his joy at all. Pinliang, that little bastard, finally got his comeuppance. Let's see if he can still jump around after losing one of his kidneys. What's wrong with Tang Yin? Why didn't she come to school today? Do you have Xiaofen's phone number? Can you ask? Lin Yi was worried about Tang Yin. He hadn't seen her for a few days, and he missed her. He didn't know why Tang Yin was avoiding him. Was there a misunderstanding? Oh, today. The slums are being demolished. They said that they're here to discuss the compensation. They want everyone to stay. Lu Xinwen took the day off, and Tang Yin should be at home. Kong Xiaobo said. I see. Lin Yi nodded. Mrs. Tang had told him about this before, and he had also told them that after the demolition, he would pay some money for a retail house. Lin Yi was relieved after hearing Kong Xiaobo's reason. As long as Tang Yin was at home, nothing would happen. Boss, I need to tell you something. Yesterday, Zhou Ruoming's father came to my house. Kong Xiaobo told Lin Yi about what happened at the tea house, especially when Kong Xiaobo and Zhou Ruoming were scared when they heard Lin Yi's name. It made Kong Xiaobo very happy. Lin Yi only smiled faintly. Lin Yi didn't feel any sense of achievement to make these small people afraid of him. Only Kong Xiaobo would be this excited. Today was a big day in Shandy Town, because a development company was going to renovate the Shandy Town. In fact, this was good news. the residents of Shantytown were looking forward to living in a building. Of course, they also wanted to get a lot of compensation. It wasn't that no development company had the idea of Shantytown before, but in the end, they gave up because the development cost was too high. The development company was responsible for the compensation and relocation of the relocated residents. However, Shantytown was different from the general old city reconstruction. Although the houses in Shantytown were dilapidated, due to historical reasons, the area of each house was not small. In addition to the house, each house also had a bicycle shed, a warehouse, and a straw shed. These all had housing certificates. When the demolition was carried out, they also had to pay compensation according to the area. In this way, in addition to the house, each house had a shed or warehouse that was a few hundred meters wide. How much would it cost to demolish them? Even if they gave 3 to 5 houses, it wouldn't be enough. In such a situation, which development company dared to develop it? Wouldn't it be a losing business? However, there was no other way. Shantytown had historical reasons. It was originally a rural area, and later changed into a town. It wasn't until the end of 2,000 years that it was connected to the city. Gradually, after more than 10 years of development, it became the main city area. In the past, when the cost of land was cheap, no development company was interested in this place. But later, the supporting facilities nearby were upgraded, and the housing prices rose. Now, this place couldn't afford to be demolished. Chapter 572. Kill 1 to warn others. Tang Juqing could already stand up and walk a few steps with the help of a crutch. However, there seemed to be some problem with the nerves in his left leg. It wasn't very sensitive, so he walked with a limp and stayed at home. Today was a big day in the slums. Other than Tang Juqing, the mother and daughter came to the only square in the slums, which used to be the garbage dump. Later on, the city started a garbage removal project and set up a few temporary garbage dumps in the slums. Only then did they completely remove the garbage dump. Otherwise, the smell would be unbearable in the summer. After it was cleaned up, it became a place for the elderly to play chess and exercise. It was also an empty space for the kids to play. Today, it became a place for negotiations with the developers. Behind the empty space, between 2 trees, there was a sign, "Welcome to Qibing Real Estate's renovation of the slums." Qibing sat in the back of the Audi Q7, and Zhong Fabai was the temporary driver. Jean Gubang sat in the front passenger seat, and beside Qibing was a middle-aged man. They couldn't tell who this middle-aged man was. He suddenly appeared next to Qibing early in the morning. Qibing didn't introduce him, and the middle-aged man didn't say much either. However, Fabai and Jean Gubang guessed that this man was Qibing's bodyguard. It was just that he wasn't here for the past few days. Behind the Audi Q7 was a black van with Zhong Fabai's underlings sitting in it. They were the thugs in charge of the negotiation. Their purpose was to teach those disobedient residents a lesson. The car stopped near the empty space, and Qibing saw the sign on the square with one glance. He felt very satisfied. It seemed that these people had been waiting for their relocation for a long time, and now that he had the initiative, he would be able to lower the price a bit more for them. "Master Bing, these people seem to welcome you very much," Fabai said flatteringly, but in his mind, he was planning to divert the trouble. Let's see if they still welcome you when you tell them the price later." Master Bing wasn't stupid. He knew that these people didn't know the price he was going to give them. They wouldn't welcome him when he told them the price. So what if they don't welcome me? They still have to demolish it. This is Master Bing's first project in Songshan, you can't let these unruly people ruin it. Zhong Fabai said. Naturally, we won't stop because of them. However, if these unruly people don't allow us to demolish it, it will be troublesome. Zhao Qibing looked at the people in the square and frowned. It's obvious that these people have discussed this beforehand. I'm afraid that the negotiation won't go smoothly. This will depend on your determination, Master Bing. Fabai smiled. Since Siwa Bro asked me to come here, I know what's going on. I do have some tricks up my sleeves, but Master Bing, you have to give me a limit. No matter how big the problem is, can I take responsibility? As long as we don't kill these people, we'll be fine, Master Bing said calmly. In Master Bing's eyes, the residents of the slums were like ants. He didn't believe that they could cause any trouble. With Master Bing here, things will be much easier. Fabai patted his chest and said, Master Bing, just watch. I'm the best at dealing with these unruly people. If it doesn't work, we'll just use the bulldozer and scare them to death. Yes, as long as they don't kill anyone, anything is fine. Master Bing nodded. But, it's best if you kill one to warn the others. I'm afraid that I won't be able to suppress it if it causes too much of a commotion. But injuring or crippling one or two is still an accident, right? Understood. Fabai nodded. Master Bing, let's see if there are any troublemakers later. It'll be easier after we get rid of them. That's what I meant, but old Zhong, don't you think you have too few people? Looking at the slums in the square, Zhao Qibing felt that Fabai's men might not be able to intimidate these people. Of course, he wasn't afraid himself, but he was afraid that something might happen. That's why he asked his father for this master. Not to mention the hundreds of people in the square, even if there were more, he would be fine. But, it would be too much of a problem if he asked his bodyguards to deal with these people. Master Bing, these are just the workers who came with us. There's still the bulldozer and the trenching machine behind them. They'll be here soon. Fabai looked at his watch and said, they should be here soon. That's good, I'll leave it to you later. Zhao Qibing was relieved when he heard that Fabai still had men. Let's see who's not convinced later. We'll tear down their houses first. We should be more forceful from the start, or else these unruly people will take advantage of us. Fabai calculated in his heart. He'd tear down Tang Yun's house later, and it'd be best if they made a big commotion. If Tang Yun was hurt, Lin Yi wouldn't just stand by and do nothing, right? When the time came, he would push all the blame away and let Lin Yi take revenge on Master Bing. If Lin Yi went against Master Bing, wouldn't he be seeking death? Master Bing nodded and got out of the car. Accompanied by Fabai, Jin Gubang, and the bodyguard, they came to a temporary rostrum in the square and sat down. The residents of the slums quietened down as well. They stared at the people on the rostrum without blinking. These were people who could decide their fates. Their words were like gold. How could they not be careful? This is the chairman of our Qibing Real Estate Development Company, Zhao Qibing, Director Zhao. He's in charge of this slum's reconstruction. If you guys have any requests, you can tell us. We'll discuss the demolition plan. Fabai remembered Zhao Qibing's words. Kill one to warn 100. He had to find someone to establish his dominance, so he purposely said those words. He was waiting for someone who didn't care about their lives to ask for more. Then, he'd teach them a lesson so that they wouldn't dare to ask for more. Fabai's words stunned the residents on the spot. Wasn't it always the developer who came and asked if they wanted to demolish the slums or not? Why was it a negotiation this time? Could it be that the developer this time had a conscience and was prepared to bring some benefits to the slums? So, the residents started to think, but no one dared to step out first. After all, no one knew if the developer was telling the truth or not. Chapter 573. Kill one to warn others. They came to the slums early in the morning. Master Bing hadn't eaten yet, and his stomach was growling. Fabai was attentive and stood beside Master Bing, so he heard the growling and found a chance to get on Master Bing's good side. Master Bing was hungry as well, so he nodded. Let's eat something first then. The slums residents, who had been waiting for a long time, were dumbfounded. Why did these big bosses just come and leave like that? They were waiting to talk about the price, and now they were going to eat. What was the meaning of this? But they didn't dare to ask. They watched as Master Bing and the others left. Chi Bing and the others were about to get into the car to eat when he heard someone call his name. Master Bing, wait for me. Chi Bing turned around and froze. He recognized the person immediately. You're Li Erlin, right? It's me. Erlin was overjoyed. He didn't think that Master Bing would still recognize him after all this time. Master Bing, I've missed you so much. Don't you know that I've lost my purpose in life after you left? I can't live without boss. I feel so empty. Chi Bing had spent a few days in Songshan during middle school, so he got to know the tyrant of the school, Li Erlin. Chi Bing was rich, and he had bodyguards at school. Erlin wasn't an idiot who only knew how to fight. He could tell that Chi Bing's family wasn't ordinary, and he could get some benefits from Chi Bing. And so, he volunteered to be Chi Bing's follower. Chi Bing had bodyguards that wanted to send him to school, but bodyguards couldn't go to school. Having a follower in school was a great thing, and so Chi Bing was very happy that Erlin had joined him. He didn't mistreat him, and Erlin got quite a lot of benefits from Chi Bing as well. Who would have thought that Chi Bing wouldn't even stay for 2 months before transferring schools? Li Erlin was quite troubled. He thought that he'd be the young master's follower for a long time, and that he'd be able to find a better future in the future, but the young master had already transferred schools. Chi Bing had the ability to transfer schools, but Erlin didn't. He could only stay in his old school obediently. But Zhao Chi Bing was quite comfortable using Erlin, so he didn't mind Erlin calling him after he left. Chi Bing had contacted Li Erlin before coming back to Songshan, but this was the first time they'd met, and Li Erlin looked a little different than before. Oh, let's go get something to eat. Chi Bing nodded and introduced Li Erlin to Fabai and the others. This is Li Erlin, my follower from Songshan. He lives in the slums too, you can ask him about the demolition. Fabai looked down on Li Erlin before, but when he heard that he was Zhao Chi Bing's follower, he immediately became respectful. After all, he wasn't Zhao Chi Bing's follower yet. He was only working for Zhao Chi Bing now, not the core of the organization. Gubang, on the other hand, was secretly astonished as well. How was this inconspicuous gangster Master Bing's lackey? But he didn't dare ask. Chi Bing found a restaurant. He didn't have much interest in food, but he was interested in women and money. Let's go here. Erlin, go ask if there's a private room. All right. Erlin was a gangster in this area, and naturally, he knew the owner of the restaurant. After entering, he called out to the waiter. Get your boss out here. The waiter knew Erlin, too, and knew that he was a gangster. He didn't dare offend him, so he quickly nodded and called the boss over. The boss frowned when he saw Erlin. Erlin, didn't I give you pocket money this month? Why are you here again? The boss wasn't afraid of Erlin, but it was better to give a gangster like him some benefits every month. It would be troublesome if they caused trouble. What do you mean again? I'm here to have a meal. I'm looking up to you. My boss is here, prepare a private room. Erlin glared at the boss impatiently. My boss is Chairman Zhao from Chi Bing Real Estate, he's from the capital. The boss, on the other hand, had heard that Chi Bing Real Estate was in charge of renovating the slums nearby. He paused, wondering when did this Erlin get to know such a powerful boss. He didn't dare to delay and put on a smile. Erlin, it seems like you're going to make a fortune in the future. Don't forget about us after you become a boss. Of course. All right, stop talking and get a private room. Li Erlin was very pleased with the boss's words. He was also thinking that since Master Bing had come here to start a company, as his former follower, could he also get a job for himself and let him be the boss of a company? The boss personally sent Master Bing and the others to the private room. He didn't know Master Bing, but he had seen Zhong Fabai before. Which restaurant owner didn't know Zhong Fabai? Seeing how respectful Zhong Fabai was to the young man, the boss knew that Master Bing wasn't someone to be trifled with. Soon, the dishes were placed on the table. Zhao Qibing ate some and asked, "Erlin, I told you that I'm going to develop the slums. Did you ask around? What's the situation like now?" The relocated households have already discussed it. They want 3,000 yuan per square meter as compensation. Li Erlin said, "They're asking for too much. That's bullshit t. 3,000. Zhao Qibing laughed coldly. The price of a house here is only 10,000, and they want 3,000. That's right. If it were up to me, they'd be asking for more than 1,000. Erlin said, "Master Bing, I've asked around. There's no one with a powerful background in the slums. They're all small fries. Just do whatever you want, it'll be fine." "That's good." Zhao Qibing nodded and turned to Fabai. "If that's the case, demolish a few houses for me today. Demolish the house of the troublemaker first. Let's see if they'll still dare to be cocky after that." "Don't worry, Master Bing. The bulldozer and trenching machine are already in place. We can start anytime." Fabai nodded. Chapter 574. Chapter 574 in Zhou. How pretty is she? Master Bing's eyes lit up, but he maintained a calm expression. He had passed the age where he couldn't move when he saw a woman. Although he was lustful, he had good taste. He had played with many women over the years, and some of them were exquisite. But the more he did it, the more Master Bing developed aesthetic fatigue. Now, he was only interested in girls, especially virgins. That was his favorite. Tang Yun, have you heard of her? She's the prettiest girl in Songshan's first high school and the #1 beauty in the slums. Erlin said. I have a photo here. Master Bing, can you take a look? Oh. Let me see. Master Bing took Erlin's phone. It was filled with photos of Tang Yun that Erlin had secretly taken. Fabai was overjoyed. He was just thinking about how to shift the blame to Tang Yun when Erlin appeared. It was perfect timing. Now, he had a reason to mess with Tang Yun's family. Master Bing, I've heard of this Tang Yun before. My son is also studying in Songshan's first high school. There's a commoner school beauty called Tang Yun. Fabai interrupted. But I heard that she got a boyfriend recently. Just got a boyfriend. Not in the past. Master Bing's eyes lit up. It was very likely that the girl was a virgin. He looked at the photos on Erlin's phone. They were the best of the best. If the photos were already so pretty, how beautiful would the real person be? He was most interested in this type of woman. Not in the past, Master Bing. I'm sure that Tang Yun is still a virgin. Erlin said. I've done some research on this. Women who have lost their virginity before can tell. Zhao Qibing nodded. Old Zhong, think of a way to deal with Tang Yun's family. This girl is mine. Don't worry, Master Bing. I'll take care of it. Zhong Fabai's heart was filled with joy. God is helping me. This Li Erlin is such a wonderful person. I heard that Tang Yun's family wants to build a storefront after the demolition. We can use this as a bargaining chip. Li Erlin had already asked around about Tang Yun's family. He was from the slums, after all, so it wasn't hard for him to find out. Zhong Fabai nodded. He was even more grateful to Li Erlin. This time, he even had a reason to make things difficult for him. He didn't have to think about it anymore. After the meal, they returned to the square of Shanty Town. However, there was one more person on the podium. It was Li Erlin. The residents of Shanty Town were somewhat inexplicable. Why did these big bosses come and leave, and then come back? What kind of play was this? Seeing Lee Erlin on the rostrum, the residents of Shantytown were annoyed. Lee Erlin must have colluded with the enemy and told the developers about the residents' opinions. Because Lee Erlin was also a member of Shantytown, they did not hide it from him during the meeting, so he knew more about it. Now, it seemed that it was a mistake. This brat was indeed a bad seed, he actually became a spy. Have you finished discussing? If you haven't, then let me talk about the compensation rules of cheaping real estate. Fabai cleared his throat and looked at the crowd. The compensation for every square meter is 800. After the house is built, we can give the returning residents a discount. The returning residents can enjoy a 20% discount, but the storefront and the garage are excluded. 800. The residents of Shantytown were unhappy and started to clamor. How high are the housing prices now? How are we supposed to buy a house with 800? The housing prices here are already 10,000, and it's still 8,000 after a 20% discount. We will calculate the size of the sheds and the warehouse. Adding all of these together, it shouldn't be a problem for your family to buy a small house of 30 to 40 square meters, Fabai said indifferently. Okay, if there are no more problems, let's sign the agreement. Everyone was a little dumbfounded. The amount of compensation they agreed on was 3,000, but the bottom line was 2,000. With such a sum of money, they could buy a decent big house elsewhere. However, they didn't expect the developer to only give 800. Wasn't the difference a little too big? The most disappointed person was Mrs. Tang. Her house was small, and she didn't have a warehouse or shed. She just wanted to buy a storefront and start a barbecue business with the money that Lin Yi gave her. But the returning residents didn't get a discount when buying a storefront. What kind of logic was this? We're not going to demolish it. What kind of compensation is this? If we demolish it, we won't have a place to live. Don't you guys agree? Someone started to clamor. Since someone had started it, there were more people who were dissatisfied. They all expressed their disagreement. This kind of compensation was too little. 3,000, not 1 cent less. We won't move if it's less. You guys can build wherever you want. Lee Erlin, are you colluding with them? You traitor. How dare you betray us, Shantytown? We're all on the first floor. Why don't we get a discount when buying a storefront? If that's the case, then we might as well not move. Mrs. Tang couldn't help but ask. She didn't have much of an opinion on the compensation. Even if they gave 2,000, it wouldn't be more than 10,000. Mrs. Tang didn't want to speak up at first. After all, it wasn't suitable for a woman to speak up in a situation like this. But since everyone started to speak up, she didn't care anymore. However, Zhong Fabai pointed at her the moment she opened her mouth. You want a storefront? Then come over here. Mrs. Tang blinked. She didn't hear anything from Zhong Fabai's tone. Could it be that he wanted to give her a discount? Mrs. Tang was tempted and wanted to walk over. Tang Yun was a little scared. Mom, don't go. The bird that sticks out gets shot. Silly child, can't you see that everyone is making a fuss? If you don't fight for the benefits now, when are you going to fight for it? Mrs. Tang glared at her daughter. There's strength in numbers. Don't you understand? You still want to talk to them in private. Don't forget about your father's matter. We can't solve anything by ourselves. Now that we have more people, we can raise some conditions together. They will definitely solve it. Then, I'll go with you. Tang Yun was still worried. After all, she had seen how evil the bad guys could be. Tang Yun walked with Mrs. Tang. Zhong Fabai's eyes lit up when he saw Tang Yun. This Lin Yi had good taste. This girl was quite pretty. What a pity. Chapter 575. Chapter 575, House Tang's Tragedy, you want a retail store, right? Master Bing has the final say on this. Why don't you talk to him? Fabai purposely pushed Mrs. Tang towards Xiao Qibing. Master Bing, what do you think? We want a storefront, is it possible? Mrs. Tang looked at Xiao Qibing worriedly. Qibing was obviously the one in charge, and he looked a little gloomy. Mrs. Tang didn't dare to look at him. Retail store. Master Bing didn't look at Mrs. Tang but looked at Tang Yun with a lecherous gaze. I can give you the retail store. It's up to you. What? How? Mrs. Tang was taken aback. She didn't expect Master Bing to say this. Not only could he give her a retail store, he could even give her the retail store for free. What kind of logic was this? Was there such a good person in the world? It wasn't possible. This is your daughter, right? Zhao Qibing looked at Tang Yun with a lecherous gaze. I need a female secretary here. Let her follow me. Let's not talk about one retail store. I can even give you two. Mrs. Tang was taken aback. She understood what Zhao Qibing meant. He had his eyes on her daughter. But was it worth it to trade her daughter for a retail store? Lin Yi didn't want his daughter anymore. It wouldn't be bad if his daughter followed Zhao Qibing. But would his words count? Tang Yun looked at her mother angrily. It was obvious that Zhao Qibing's conditions had moved her mother, but how could Tang Yun like Zhao Qibing? How could she agree to his conditions? Tang Yun pulled her mother's hand. Mom, let's go back. We don't want the retail store anymore. Mrs. Tang knew her daughter's personality. If it was someone she didn't like, she would never agree. She was as stubborn as a cow. It was useless to force her. The thing with Lin Yi was that she liked Lin Yi. But this Zhao Qibing was obviously playing around with her. If he really wanted Tang Yun to be his girlfriend, he wouldn't have made her his secretary. Let's go. Tang Yun turned around. She hated Zhao Qibing. Go. You can come and go as you please. Li Erlin suddenly jumped out and stood in front of the mother and daughter. I say, Tang Yun, it's your fortune that Master Bing has his eyes on you. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You'll lose everything if you cause a ruckus. Li Erlin, you traitor. Get out of my way. Tang Yun held her head high. This Zhao Qibing obviously didn't have good intentions. How could she continue talking to them? Although Lin Yi didn't want him, he couldn't humiliate himself, right? Become someone's toy. She would rather be Lin Yi's mistress. Tang Yun, right? I'm not afraid to tell you that there's no woman I can't get my hands on. If you know what's good for you and follow me, then you'll have a good life. Your family will have a store and a house, but if you don't follow me, then you'll have to bear the consequences. Zhao Qibing laughed coldly and made a bold statement. In front of so many people, Tang Yun rejected him like this. It made him lose face. In the provincial capital, as long as Master Bing beckoned with his finger, many beauties would throw themselves into his arms. He thought that if Tang Yun promised her some benefits, she would obediently follow him. He didn't expect her to have such a personality. We don't want the store anymore, and we won't demolish the house. We'll live in the old house, okay? What else can you do? Tang Yun's personality was like this. She would rather give up the house than let others bully her. Not demolishing the house. That's not up to you. Zhao Qibing wanted to make an example out of Tang Yun. He couldn't find a target yet, so he decided to use Tang Yun's house as an example. He looked at Zhong Fabai. Fabai nodded and stood up, walking out of the square with Li Erlin. Mrs. Tang looked at her daughter helplessly. With this, the negotiation had come to an impasse. It was impossible to back out now. She didn't want the store anymore. She pulled her daughter and wanted to walk back. Did I say you could leave? Jean Gubong said coldly. Zhong Fabai and Li Erlin were gone, so it was his turn to speak. Can't we leave if we don't demolish the house? Tang Yun glared at Jean Gubong. Let them go. They'll regret it later, Zhao Qibing said faintly, but his tone was firm. He could already hear the sound of the bulldozer and trenching machine. Tang Yun and her daughter were confused. Why would they regret it later? But since they could go back now, they didn't want to stay here any longer. Mrs. Tang pulled Tang Yun home. She wanted to go back and discuss with Tang Yun. They couldn't just let it go like this, could they? What would they do if they gave up the store? Their dream of opening a barbecue shop was shattered. The two of them were near their house when they saw a trenching machine extending its arm, smashing towards their house. The bulldozers behind them roared as they pushed into the Tang family's courtyard, flattening all the fences in front of the door. Dad! Old Tang! Tang Yun and her mother screamed at the same time and ran back to their house. They didn't expect Zhao Qibing to send people to demolish their house. But Tang Juqing was still in the house. What should they do? Tang Yun ignored the danger and rushed into the house while Mrs. Tang went to stop the excavator from demolishing the house. At this moment, the beams were all destroyed. They didn't know if Tang Juqing was injured or not. He wouldn't be able to get out without help. What are you doing? My dad is still inside. Stop! Tang Yun yelled at the driver as she ran. However, Li Erlin, who was sitting next to the trenching machine driver, had a fierce look in his eyes. He said to the trenching machine driver, "Continue to dismantle it." She is lying. Master Bing said that he will take responsibility if anything happens. The driver nodded and continued to operate the machine. Tang Yun saw that they weren't listening and could only rush into the house. But could she still enter the house? The bulldozer was blocking the front door and pushing forward. It was obvious that they wanted to cooperate with the trenching machine and destroy the house. Chapter 576. Her face, someone's dead. Someone's dead. Mrs. Tang saw that her daughter was smashed and rushed over like a madwoman. She didn't know how her husband was doing and now her daughter was smashed. What should she do? The trencher and bulldozer drivers were dumbfounded and didn't dare to continue. After all, they were hired by Zhong Fabai. Zhong Fabai and Master Bing could handle the demolition, but if someone was killed, they wouldn't be able to get away with it. Zhong Fabai froze as well. He didn't think that Tang Yun would be so bold as to rush into the house. Did she want to die? Qibing, Jean Gubong, and the bodyguards were here to watch the commotion, but Mrs. Tang's scream of "someone's dead" shocked them as well. Zhao Qibing frowned when he saw the disfigured Tang Yun lying in a pool of blood. He cursed in his heart. Such a beautiful girl was killed just like that. Even if she wasn't dead, she wasn't pretty anymore. What a pity. Let's go. We'll come back in a few days. Seeing that someone was injured, Zhao Qibing knew that he couldn't continue the discussion today. However, he had achieved his goal of killing one as a warning to the others. After today's scene, these people wouldn't be able to ask for an exorbitant price the next time they came to discuss the issue of relocation. Don't go. Everyone, hurry up and stop them. We don't know what happened to Yin. They can't leave, they're murderers. Mrs. Tang saw that Zhao Qibing and the others were trying to escape and panicked. However, Zhao Qibing and the others got on the bulldozer and continued driving forward. The residents of the slums wanted to stop them, but no one dared to step forward. After all, these people dared to demolish people's houses. They wouldn't be afraid of being crushed to death. Zhao Qibing shouted when he saw that there were people who were eager to try. Go ahead if you're not afraid of death. Don't worry about these people, we'll crush them to death. Zhao Qibing's domineering attitude made the people who wanted to make a move stop. After all, everyone was afraid of death, especially someone like Zhao Qibing who wasn't afraid of death. Who would dare to provoke him? And so, Qibing's group left the slums very quickly, leaving only Mrs. Tang hugging Tang Yun and crying her heart out. The door was broken, and they couldn't get in. They didn't know if old Tang was all right or not. Someone had already called the police and the ambulance, but it was the fire truck that came first. The firefighters broke down the half-demolished house and rescued Juqing. Mrs. Tang breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that only Tang Juqing's legs were broken. Tang Juqing could still speak when he was carried out, but he was grimacing in pain and sweating profusely. Mrs. Tang couldn't be bothered to comfort him, she just hugged her daughter and waited for the ambulance. Then, the ambulance and police car arrived. Mrs. Tang quickly carried her daughter into the ambulance, and Tang Juqing was also carried into the other ambulance. The two ambulances sped towards the hospital. After the group left, Qibing gave the bulldozer and trench digger a sum of money and told them to leave first. The two were scared and ran after taking the money. Qibing, on the other hand, wasn't scared at all. If anything happened, he could just push the blame onto the two drivers. Uncle Zhu, follow them and create an accident. Kill them, Qibing whispered to the middle-aged bodyguard beside him after the two drivers left. Yes, Master Bing. The middle-aged man called Uncle Zhu didn't say anything else. He turned around and chased after the two drivers. Naturally, Qibing wouldn't allow the evidence to point at him after someone died. The only way was to eliminate the source of the trouble. After all, he didn't know if anyone died or not. Qibing had asked Uncle Zhu to kill a lot of people already, so he didn't feel guilty at all. He laughed and rushed back to Qibing skyscraper with Erlin, Fabai, and Jean Gubang. Qibing skyscraper was the headquarters of Qibing Real Estate built by Gubang and Sihua a while ago. It was officially completed today. Qibing, on the other hand, was holding a completion ceremony for Qibing skyscraper tonight. He invited some of the famous people in Songshan to the banquet hall in front of Qibing skyscraper. This banquet hall would become a restaurant after the completion of Qibing skyscraper. It was also the cafeteria for the employees of Qibing skyscraper. Tang Yun and Tang Juqing were sent to the hospital. When they arrived, Tang Yun was already awake. Mrs. Tang breathed a sigh of relief. After the medical staff's examination, Tang Yun only had a cut on her forehead. There were no other problems. But the wound on her forehead needed stitches, and it would leave a scar. It was impossible for her to be as beautiful as before. It was already good enough that she didn't scare people when she went out. Tang Juqing, on the other hand, had both of his legs broken. He was put on a cast after being sent to the hospital. He was fine except for the fact that he could stand up just now. Now, he had to lie on the bed again. In fact, Tang Yun and Tang Juqing were fine. But after Mrs. Tang breathed a sigh of relief, she started to worry again. Her house was forcefully demolished. She didn't even have a home in the future. What should she do? Now that her daughter's face was disfigured, she didn't even have the capital to bargain with Zhao Qibing. Would he still like her? So, Mrs. Tang was worried. She was hoping that her daughter could find a rich man with her face, but now, she had nothing. Mrs. Tang, on the other hand, had never thought of asking Zhao Qibing for medical fees. The memory of how hard it was for Tang Juqing was still fresh in her mind. She didn't expect Zhao Qibing to compensate them at all. Tang Yun's head was covered with bandages. She stared blankly at the ceiling of the hospital. Wouldn't she be pretty in the future? Was she going to become an ugly monster? Although, Tang Yun did get angry when she met bad guys who were drooling over her beauty. She wanted to become ugly so that she wouldn't be harassed. But women were born to love beauty. She didn't want to become ugly, did she? Would Lin Yi still like her? Tang Yun thought about how Lin Yi didn't want her anymore. Tears started to flow down her face. At first, she still had the capital to compete with Xiao Xiao, but now that her face was disfigured, Lin Yi probably wouldn't want her anymore, right? Don't be sad. The doctor said that if you recover well, there won't be a big scar left. Mrs. Tang didn't know when she walked into the room. Seeing her daughter crying silently, Mrs. Tang's heart broke. Mom. Tang Yun couldn't hold back her emotions anymore. She started crying. Mom, why is our family so unlucky? Why? Why did they demolish our house? Why? Chapter 577. What to do in the future? You're right, the bird that pokes its head out gets shot, but Mom, I shouldn't have tried to take advantage of them and asked for a store. Now that I think about it, they just wanted to make an example out of me. We just happened to bump into each other. Mrs. Tang continued. Tang Yun felt wronged. Half of it was because she was bullied, and the other half was because she was abandoned by Lin Yi. It seemed like the ugly duckling was destined to never become a swan. She thought that she had found a good boyfriend, but in the end, he just wanted to play with her. After hearing Zhao Qibing's words, Tang Yun suddenly understood. Girls from poor families like her were just playthings in the eyes of those rich young masters. How could they be sincere? She was naive enough to think that Lin Yi would treat her well for the rest of his life. While the mother and daughter were worrying, a doctor in a white coat walked in and looked at Mrs. Tang. You're Tang Juqing and Tang Yun's family, right? You should pay for the surgery and hospital fees. The 10,000 yuan deposit isn't enough. Ah. Not enough. Mrs. Tang didn't know what to do. This 10,000 yuan was borrowed from the slums. Her house was torn down, and Lin Yi's card was nowhere to be found. How was she going to pay for the medical fees? Yes, please pay as soon as possible. You need to pay at least 20,000 yuan. The doctor placed the receipt on the table in front of Mrs. Tang and walked out. Mrs. Tang looked at the receipt in front of her and didn't know what to do. Mom, do you have no money? Where's the money? Tang Yun saw her mother's expression and temporarily suppressed the grievances in her heart. I didn't bring the card and passbook with me. I don't know if I can find them. This 10,000 yuan is borrowed from Lu Xinwen's family, it's not enough. Mrs. Tang sighed. Now that our house is gone, and you and your dad are injured, how are we going to survive? No matter how hard their family had been in the past, they were never at a dead end. But now, they were at a dead end. Their house was gone, and they had no money. The card was in Lin Yi's name, and they couldn't report it. What would they do in the future? Mrs. Tang was worried when Lu Xinwen pushed the door open and ran in. She shouted. Yin Yun, how are you? How are you? You scared me to death. Lu Xinwen couldn't follow the ambulance, so she had to come here by herself. That was why she had only just arrived at the hospital. I'm fine. Tang Yun smiled bitterly and rubbed her eyes. She didn't want Xinwen to see her crying. But Lu Xinwen wasn't blind. How could she not see the tear stains in Tang Yun's eyes? Yun Yun, are you crying? Lu Xinwen exclaimed, what's wrong? What's the matter? Isn't the doctor fine now? Xinwen, I'm disfigured. Tang Yun couldn't hold it in anymore. She'd had enough. She wanted to cry now. She wouldn't be a pretty girl anymore. Compared to his father's broken leg, the consequences of Tang Yun's actions were much more serious. Tang Juqing only had a fracture. It was nothing serious. As long as he recovered, he would be fine. But Tang Yun's face was disfigured, how could she accept it? Ah! Her face was disfigured. Xinwen was also shocked. Tang Yun was the prettiest of the sisters. How could she be disfigured? 8 stitches on her forehead. Mrs. Tang smiled bitterly, her home is gone, and her father's leg is broken. He still owes you money, and the hospital is asking for medical fees. How are we going to live like this? Did you tell Lin Yi? Lu Xinwen asked suddenly. Why would I look for him? Tang Yin felt wronged and almost cried again. Let Lin Yi see how pitiful she was. How could she? If Xiao Xiao came, she'd laugh at her and be happy that her face was disfigured. How could you not look for him when something like this happened? You idiot, hurry up and call him. Lu Xinwen was panicking. He doesn't want me anymore. Why would I look for him? Why would I rely on him? Tang Yin cried again. She was sad and wronged. I have to say, kid. They say that a day together means 100 days of love. I think he likes you. Why don't you try calling him? Our family is already like this. How are we going to live if we don't look for him? Mrs. Tang hesitated. Even if we don't want anything else, we should at least pay up that 500,000 yuan card, right? Like me. Like what? I'm disfigured. I don't even want to be his mistress anymore. How am I supposed to call him? Embarrass me? Tang Yin felt wronged. She didn't think that her mother would still be concerned about the breakup fee. Tang Yin felt wronged. His reaction was also intense. He straightened his neck and said angrily. He used to like you. Why don't you try? Mrs. Tang didn't want to give up. She was an adult. She had to think more. She couldn't just give up that 500,000 yuan. What would happen to the family if she gave it up? What do I have to try? What do I have to do? I owe him so much money. We didn't even do anything. How am I supposed to ask him? How am I supposed to pay him back? Tang Yun was panicking. Why don't you ask his girlfriend to be his mistress? Didn't his girlfriend agree? Mrs. Tang said after some hesitation. I don't want to. Mom, what kind of idea is this? I'm going to die if you say anything else. How can you embarrass me like that? I'm disfigured. Why would he agree to be his mistress? How am I supposed to live? How could Tang Yun agree? Wasn't she asking her to embarrass herself? Why are you so stubborn? You're playing with Xiao Qibing, and you're playing with Lin Yi. What's wrong with being a mistress? We don't even have a house. If you don't call us, we'll just wait for death. Mrs. Tang wasn't being unreasonable. This family was at their wits' end. What should she do? Mrs. Tang wanted her daughter to seduce Xiao Qibing. Giving them 2 stores and a house wasn't a bad idea. The problem was that her daughter was disfigured. Xiao Qibing wouldn't even want her. So Mrs. Tang turned her attention to Lin Yi. She thought that Lin Yi was in a relationship with her daughter. He had to care about her feelings, right? Even if her daughter was disfigured, he couldn't just ignore it, could he? Mrs. Tang couldn't be blamed for thinking that way. She was too poor. She was afraid of being bullied. When Lin Yi was around, Mrs. Tang was in the limelight. Even the people at the food street didn't dare to bully her. It gave her a sense of satisfaction. But after Lin Yi left, her family was bullied. Their house was torn down, their man's leg was broken, and their daughter's face was disfigured. They didn't even dare to reason with them. Mrs. Tang didn't want that. She wanted to live a rich and powerful life. Chapter 578. Chapter 578, Tang Yin's complicated thoughts. Who knew that her daughter would be disfigured? Mrs. Tang wanted her daughter to give it a try. At least it would give her hope. Then you're forcing me. I didn't beg him when I looked good. Now that I'm disfigured, how can I beg him? You want me to beg him to be his mistress? I'm not that shameless, I can't do it. With Tang Yin's personality, how could she do something like that? If it was before, Tang Yin would grit her teeth and reluctantly accept her mother forcing her to be a mistress. After all, she couldn't let go of this relationship. If Lin Yi apologized to her, Tang Yin's heart might really soften. But now that she was disfigured, wouldn't it be embarrassing to beg him to be a mistress? What would Lin Yi think of her? Tang Yin didn't want it. Mrs. Tang couldn't help but fall silent after hearing Tang Yin's words. She was indeed powerful. Although she was vain, Tang Yin was still her daughter. Hence, when Master Bing had his eyes on Tang Yin, she let Tang Yin choose herself. Since Tang Yin rejected, she naturally wouldn't force it. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was different. Mrs. Tang, naturally, could tell that her daughter liked Lin Yi. As far as she was concerned, it was only right for her daughter to go find Lin Yi. After all, her daughter had feelings for Lin Yi. Even if she wasn't worthy of Lin Yi and couldn't compare to Lin Yi's current girlfriend's family background, her daughter was still pretty, right? Being a mistress was a bit unfair, but if her daughter was willing, Mrs. Tang naturally wouldn't say anything. There weren't many situations where you could have both love and bread. She had suffered for most of her life, pursuing an illusory love. She had seen too much of the fickleness of the world and the fickleness of human nature. She didn't want her daughter to walk the same path. Looking at the classmates of her age, some of them looked like they were in their 30s. Mrs. Tang secretly envied them. Back then, she was the school belle. Boys fought over her. But now, no one even talked to her during class gatherings. Mrs. Tang knew that this was the end of her life. It was her own choice to marry old Tang. After she had Tang Yun, it was impossible for her to get a divorce. Moreover, she had feelings for Tang Juqing. Tang Yin, on the other hand, was different. Her daughter was only 18, the prime of her youth. If she could find a rich man she liked, then she'd have a bright future ahead of her. Otherwise, how would she be able to live a good life with her own efforts? It was true that there were people who changed their lives with their own efforts, but there were still many girls from poor families who couldn't find a job after graduation or couldn't find a good job. They were tempted by all kinds of society and walked on the evil path. If they were not prostitutes, they would become someone else's mistress. Otherwise, they would sleep with their superiors and clients for the sake of promotion and money. These were not uncommon. Mrs. Tang felt that her daughter wouldn't be at a disadvantage if she followed Lin Yi. This was also why she kept asking Tang Yun to find Lin Yi. However, she had calmed down now. Her daughter was right. She was already disfigured. Would Lin Yi still care about her? If he were to be rejected, how embarrassing would that be? With her daughter's unyielding personality, she'd probably kill herself. With that thought, Mrs. Tang didn't dare to force her daughter anymore. How about I go make the call? I'll go all out. I've been treated with a lot of disdain in my life anyways. Worst comes to worst, I'll just get insulted by Lin Yi. Mom, don't call. Tang Yun's heart trembled slightly when she heard her mother's words. Her resentment towards her mother disappeared in an instant. Her mother still loved her. Yes, her mother had suffered for most of her life. She planned this for her own sake. She didn't want her to live a poor life in the future. Although her mother's actions were a bit extreme, Tang Yun understood her mother at this moment. Yes, just a moment ago, Tang Yun watched as the bulldozer pushed into her yard and the trenching machine collapsed the roof of her house. At that moment, Tang Yun felt so helpless, so helpless. She wanted to fight against fate, but she couldn't. Tang Yun was powerless in front of a strong and evil person. She understood her mother now. She knew why her mother was so snobbish. This was reality. How could her mother not be snobbish? If she believed that Lin Yi was still her boyfriend, would he just sit and watch his house get destroyed? Zhou Ruoming wanted to do something to her, and after being taught a lesson by Lin Yi, the Zhou family was as scared as a grandson in front of her. He was one of the most powerful tycoons in Songshan. They didn't even dare to breathe in front of her. Yin, I have no choice. I don't want to see you suffer. Mrs. Tang sighed. Mom. Tang Yun cried. She cried so miserably, I know you're doing this for me, but I don't want to be so spineless. If Lin Yi doesn't want me, how can we go to him? If I didn't become like this, it'd be fine. If I owe too much, I'll find a way to pay it back. If I can't pay it back, I'll pay it back with my body. Mrs. Tang and Lu Xinwen's hearts ached as they looked at Tang Yun, but they still helped her. Auntie, why don't I talk to Lin Yi? I'm just a bystander. I don't care if I lose face or not. It's not a big deal if he rejects me. Xinwen thought about it. It was more appropriate for her to make this call. That's great. Xinwen, I'll be troubling you. Mrs. Tang was happy that Xinwen was willing to make the call. It might not be effective, but it was better than nothing. Lin Yi couldn't just ignore his daughter's relationship with him, right? Tang Yun bit her lips. She wanted to stop him, but she sighed. If she didn't talk to Lin Yi, she wouldn't know who else to talk to. In just a few short minutes, Tang Yun's mind was made up. Her house was gone, her father's leg was broken, and she was disfigured. Her family was in a terrible state. To use a more popular saying, could it be any more miserable? In fact, Tang Yun also wanted to see if Lin Yi cared about her. Tang Yun was looking forward to it. A girl's heart was always hard to understand, especially a girl in love. Xinwen picked up the phone and dialed a familiar number. Tang Yun's heart tensed up, and her breathing became labored. Wait, what's wrong, Yin? Xinwen put down the phone and looked at Tang Yun strangely. Yin, you should have asked him to come. Chapter 579. Shu the spy. Xinwen didn't want to talk about Tang Yun's disfigurement at first. She wanted Lin Yi to come first, but since Tang Yin asked, Xinwen could only comply. She understood that Tang Yin wanted to see if Lin Yi's feelings for her were real. If Lin Yi really loved Tang Yin, then even if Tang Yin wasn't pretty, Lin Yi wouldn't just ignore it. But if Lin Yi only wanted Tang Yin's beauty, then Lin Yi might just ignore it. Mrs. Tang knew what her daughter was thinking. She couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that whether or not Lin Yi would be able to control her daughter, it was up to fate. Xinwen saw that Tang Yin was determined and couldn't reject it. She picked up her phone again and called Lin Yi's number. The last class in the afternoon was a self-study class. Meng Yao was focused on her revision materials when Yushu whispered, Yao sis, I have good news and bad news for you. Which one do you want to hear first? Whatever. Meng Yao said faintly. Yao sis, why are you so calm? Yushu saw that Meng Yao didn't seem to be interested and was a little disappointed. Your good news and bad news are basically the same. It doesn't matter which one I hear. Meng Yao had gotten to know Yushu very well after all these years, and she knew that Yushu's good news and bad news were all normal news, just a little exaggerated. Meng Yao had been lying to her a few times before, but now, she was calm. This news is different. It's about Shield Bro. Yushu whispered mysteriously. Oh. Meng Yao raised her eyebrows subtly and said faintly, what about Lin Yi? What good news does he have? Hee hee. Yushu smiled when she saw that Meng Yao was interested. The good news is that I heard that Lin Yi and Tang Yin broke up. Yao sis, you have a chance. Meng Yao was speechless, but in her heart, she was happy. Was she happy? Meng Yao didn't know what to say. What kind of good news is this? If there's a chance, it should be you. You've kissed him before, and he's even seen you naked. I want to, but if the main wife doesn't do it, the second wife can't do it either. Yushu said nonchalantly, you've kissed me before, indirectly. Let's not talk about this. Meng Yao didn't want to talk about it, but the feeling of disgust was gone. Thinking back to how strong her reaction was, Meng Yao felt sweet instead. Then what's the bad news? That Xiao Xiao seems to be Shield Bro's new girlfriend. Yushu said. How do you know? Where did you get this information? How come I didn't know about it? Meng Yao asked curiously. Don't forget, I'm the spy, Shu 007. Yushu said proudly, I knew it as soon as I asked around. Meng Yao couldn't help but smile. Spy Shu. Shu the B** start, right? Looking at your face, do you like Lin Yi? Why would I like him? It's Yao Yao sis who likes him, and as the second wife, I can only train myself to like him. Yushu said. Let's read. Meng Yao glanced at Yushu before turning back to the materials in front of her, but she didn't flip a single page for a long time. Yushu, on the other hand, took out a workbook and started flipping through it quickly, writing and drawing on it from time to time. Meng Yao frowned. Her best friend's mentality wasn't something normal people could understand. Lin Yi was planning to skip the evening class and go to Tang Yun's house when the phone in his pocket vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was Xinwen. Hello. Lin Yi picked up. Lin Yi, it's Xinwen. Xinwen took a deep breath, her tone unfriendly. Although Tang Yun was looking at her, Xinwen couldn't control her emotions. After all, Tang Yun was her good friend, so no matter how powerful this heartless Lin Yi was, she had to stand up for Tang Yun. Xinwen's personality was like that. If it weren't for Master Bing's group running fast, Xinwen would have grabbed a cleaver and started chopping them. Her reckless and impulsive personality was also very loyal to her friends. Xinwen. What's the matter? Lin Yi blinked, not understanding why Xinwen was looking for him at this time. Tang Yun is in trouble at Songshan's First People's Hospital. Her forehead is injured, and she needs 8 stitches. If I'm not mistaken, her face is disfigured. Xinwen was about to ask Lin Yi if this heartless guy still cared about Tang Yun, but Lin Yi interrupted her. What? Tang Yun is injured. Wait for me, I'll be right there. Lin Yi didn't wait for Xinwen to finish and rushed out of the classroom with the phone. Tang Yun was Lin Yi's first real girlfriend. Although Lin Yi wasn't good at sweet-talking, he had already treated Tang Yun as his woman. Tang Yun was injured, and this made Lin Yi's heart tighten. Is there any other problem with her? Is the injury serious? Which ward are you in? Lin Yi's continuous questions made Xinwen stunned. Before she called, she had already made several assumptions, but they were all based on Lin Yi's indifference, evasiveness, or unwillingness. She didn't expect Lin Yi to be so anxious. She hadn't even explained what was going on, and Lin Yi was coming. However, this also made Xinwen feel relieved. This Lin Yi wasn't that despicable after all. At least she was worried about Tang Yun, unlike Kong Ming who treated Xiaofan as a plaything and never had any real feelings for her. So, in Xinwen's heart, Lin Yi could be forgiven. After all, many rich kids didn't have the freedom to decide their own marriages. Although they might have found their true love, under the pressure of their families, they had to give it up and be with someone their family arranged. From Xinwen's perspective, Feng Xiaoxiao's family might be special, and she might be able to help Lin Yi. So, Lin Yi had no choice but to be with her, and under Feng Xiaoxiao's pressure, he gave up Tang Yun. She's in room 512 of the second inpatient department, Xinwen told Lin Yi the room number. No other injuries, just disfigurement. I understand. Lin Yi let out a breath of relief, but he was still nervous. How did this happen? Chapter 580. Clarifying the misunderstanding suddenly, Xinwen's childishness came to her, and she purposely kept her phone to herself. What? What did he say? Tang Yun's heart tightened as she looked at Xinwen nervously. Lin Yi. Xinwen dragged out the words on purpose. He's so nervous, he said he'll be here soon. Ah. Tang Yun's heart warmed, but her face reddened as she glared at Xinwen. You're making me nervous on purpose. Seeing her mother smile, Tang Yun was even more certain that Xinwen was doing it on purpose. Xinwen was sitting on the bed when she made the call. She was quite far away from Tang Yun, so she couldn't hear what Lin Yi said on the phone. But Mrs. Tang was sitting next to Xinwen, so naturally, she could hear what Lin Yi was saying. Yun, it seems like Lin Yi still likes you. I say, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Xinwen calmed down. Lin Yi's nervousness wasn't fake. He was genuinely worried about Tang Yun. Lin Yi had always been calm and collected. Even if something happened, he wouldn't be like this. It was probably only because of Tang Yun that he would be this nervous, right? I don't know. Tang Yun was a little shy, but her heart was filled with sweetness. Did he really care about her? Did he love her? Would he care about her if her face was disfigured? But what was up with Xiao Xiao? Tang Yun's heart started to worry again. As for whether or not she would be disfigured, Tang Yun didn't think about it anymore. Yeah, Yin, I think Lin Yi likes you. Maybe I'll talk to him later and see what that girlfriend of his is thinking. What's his attitude towards her? Mrs. Tang was happy as well. I heard that a lot of big families' marriages are unfortunate. Those men have lovers outside, and they like their lovers, not their wives. If that's the case, you still have a chance. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Tang Yun's mood was much better now, so she wasn't as conflicted as before when her mother joked. Lin Yi rushed out of the school, got into his car, and rushed to the First People's Hospital. He called Fatty Lai on the way. Fatty Lai, are you back yet? I just got back. I'm on my way back to the company to discuss the product launch. We've already received tens of millions of orders. Fatty Lai was very happy. It was only the first day and they'd already received so many orders. Of course, many of them were related to the families at the auction, so they were the first to receive the news. Do you have injury medicine with you? Bring a bottle to Ward 512 of the 2nd Inpatient Department of the First People's Hospital. Hurry up. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment and said, bring a bottle of painkiller too. The injury medicine was already in mass production, so Fatty Lai had a lot of samples in his hands. Although the painkiller wasn't in mass production yet, he still had some samples. However, the special edition injury medicine was gone. Lin Yi had just returned, so he didn't have time to reconfigure it. However, Tang Yun's injury was new, so she didn't need the special edition injury medicine. In fact, the doctors at the First People's Hospital also knew that Tang Yun's injury was cured with Dr. Kang's Golden Creation medicine. However, Dr. Kang's Golden Creation medicine wasn't something ordinary people could buy. It was priceless, and even the hospital didn't have it, so they didn't mention it. Yes, I'll be right there. Fatty Lai didn't say much. He received Lin Yi's order and immediately went to execute it. This was Fatty Lai's personality. He listened to Lin Yi's words. Lin Yi didn't care about the traffic lights anymore. He directly drove to the hospital. Even if he was caught by the camera, Fatty Lai would pay for it. Lin Yi didn't care about the fine anymore. Tang Yun was more important than that. He rushed into the ward. For the first time, Lin Yi's emotions weren't calm. He didn't even greet Mrs. Tang and Lu Xinwen. He directly held Tang Yun's hand. Tang Yun, what happened to you? Why were you so careless? Tang Yun saw the deep concern in Lin Yi's eyes. She blushed slightly. Her heart was filled with sweetness. However, out of shyness, she wanted to pull her hand away from Lin Yi's big hand. You. Let go of me. What are you doing here? What if Xiao Xiao finds out? Xiao Xiao. Lin Yi blinked. She's your girlfriend now, what am I? Although Tang Yun was confused by Lin Yi's expression, she couldn't help but blame him. Her. My girlfriend. Since when did she become my girlfriend? Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard Tang Yun's words, my girlfriend is you. When did it become her? Mrs. Tang and Xinwen, on the other hand, froze at the words. Tang Yun was so shocked that she didn't know what to say. Her heart was filled with happiness. Tang Yun had already prepared for the worst-case scenario. Her mother wanted her to be Lin Yi's mistress. To be honest, Tang Yun didn't want to reject it, but it wasn't from the bottom of her heart. If it was forced, she could accept it. But Lin Yi's words made Tang Yun overjoyed. It didn't matter if Lin Yi was lying to her or if he was telling the truth, Tang Yun was already very happy. At least this meant that Lin Yi still cared about her. Before, she told me that she's your girlfriend, and the money you gave my mom was my breakup fee. Tang Yun told him what happened in a small voice, including how she broke her phone. Lin Yi was speechless. He didn't know what to say. So he gave that money to the wrong person. This Xiao Xiao was just in time to get a breakup fee. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Don't you know what Xiao Xiao's like? She's crazy all the time, and she dares to do anything. How could you believe her words? Tang Yun heard Lin Yi's explanation and knew that she misunderstood. She was speechless. However, Tang Yun felt a little ashamed. She was right, she didn't trust Lin Yi. If she had trusted him, wouldn't all of this have happened? But a girl's heart was sensitive, especially a girl who had just fallen in love. She was afraid of losing her lover. Tang Yun couldn't be blamed for being suspicious. Who told things to happen so coincidentally? Mrs. Tang, on the other hand, was grinning from ear to ear. It looked like it was all a misunderstanding. She couldn't help but blame her daughter. How could she be so petty? Even if Xiao Xiao and Lin Yi did something, she shouldn't have given up, right? You have to hold on to happiness. How could you give up just like that? Chapter 581. Lin Yi's anger, but I'm already disfigured. You. Tang Yun suddenly thought of her current situation and felt sad. It was true that Lin Yi liked her, but would he still like her after seeing her like this? Tang Yun wasn't sure. After all, when Lin Yi first came into contact with her, it must be because of her beauty, right? Ha! Lin Yi suddenly laughed. You! What are you laughing at? Are you laughing at me? Tang Yun looked at Lin Yi angrily. So what if I'm disfigured? Lin Yi shrugged. Then, what I'm asking is, do you still want me? Tang Yun stared at Lin Yi. Of course, why not? Lin Yi nodded. Ugh. Tang Yun didn't know what to say. What did Lin Yi mean? At that moment, Fatty Lai entered the ward, panting. It must have been hard on him. He had a body full of fat, but he ran like the wind. Boss, I'm here. Fatty Lai held 2 boxes and walked to Lin Yi. When he looked down, he saw Tang Yun on the bed. He was shocked. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? How did you get hurt? This was what Lin Yi wanted to know as well, but he didn't have the time yet. Lin Yi had just resolved the misunderstanding with Tang Yun, and now that Fatty Lai had brought the medicine over, Lin Yi naturally had to treat Tang Yun first. He didn't want Tang Yun to be disfigured. We'll talk about this later. Lin Yi took the boxes from Fatty Lai and said to Tang Yun, I'll apply some medicine for you. Okay. Tang Yun nodded without thinking. She was in a sweet and happy mood. She knew that Lin Yi wouldn't harm her, so she would cooperate with whatever Lin Yi wanted to do. Lin Yi helped Tang Yun up and started removing the bandage on her head, scaring Mrs. Tang and Xinwen. Lin Yi, what are you doing? Mrs. Tang asked as she watched Lin Yi remove the bandage on her daughter's head. Heal the wounds. Lin Yi replied. His hands didn't stop moving as he quickly removed the gauze. It might have touched the wound on Tang Yun's head. Tang Yun's body trembled slightly and she couldn't help but frown. There was a horrifying wound on Tang Yun's forehead. Although it had been stitched up, it was still horrifying. Lin Yi's heart ached. How could this girl be so careless? Fortunately, I have injury medicine. Otherwise, wouldn't I really be disfigured? Don't worry, it won't hurt soon. Lin Yi opened the box and applied the painkiller evenly on Tang Yun's forehead. This kind of painkiller could be taken orally and applied externally. Mrs. Tang was a bit scared. She didn't know what Lin Yi was going to do, but she didn't dare to stop him. She thought that Lin Yi wouldn't harm her daughter. If Lin Yi didn't really like her daughter, he could just ignore her since she was in this state. Why would he go through all this trouble? Xinwen, on the other hand, was much calmer. When she sent Xiaofan to the hospital, Lin Yi's amazing acupuncture was still fresh in her mind. Tang Yun also said that Lin Yi knew medicine, so Xinwen thought that Lin Yi was definitely treating Tang Yun. After applying the painkiller, Tang Yun was shocked to find that her forehead didn't hurt anymore. How was this possible? She couldn't help but look at Lin Yi in shock. It was unbelievable. Lin Yi quickly removed the stitches on Tang Yun's forehead, and the wound opened up. Blood flowed out, but Lin Yi wasn't in a rush. He slowly applied the ointment on the wound, and it didn't take long for the bleeding to stop. After doing all this, Lin Yi wrapped the gauze on Tang Yun's forehead again and smiled. It's done. You won't be disfigured anymore. Lin Yi was too lazy to use painkillers on the female assassin Yang Chi-Chi or himself. This kind of wound was nothing. He could just apply the injury medicine directly. But Tang Yun couldn't. She didn't have professional training. This kind of pain was hard to bear. Ah. Not anymore. Tang Yun heard Lin Yi's words. She was surprised and happy, but she also felt that it was unbelievable. Not anymore. Lin Yi nodded. This is my company's first product. It's called injury medicine. It has the same effect as Dr. Kang's golden creation. Mrs. Tang didn't believe that her daughter wouldn't be disfigured, but after hearing Lin Yi's words, she believed it. Dr. Kang's golden creation was famous. But this wasn't a product that normal people like them could buy. It was a limited supply of miraculous medicine. It was hard to buy even if you had to go through a lot of channels. It was said that after applying it, the wound would heal quickly without leaving any scars. It was amazing. Ha! Tang Yun finally put down her worries. She couldn't help but like Lin Yi even more. Being his girlfriend was great. She wouldn't have to disfigure herself. Just take a sip of this painkiller if you feel any pain later. Lin Yi said as he handed the painkiller to Mrs. Tang. One night, and you'll be able to remove the bandages. That's fast. Mrs. Tang exclaimed. At the same time, her mind became active again. Lil Yi, your Uncle Tang's legs were broken. Is there any way to help him recover faster? Uncle Tang is injured too. Lin Yi paused. His face became serious. Before, he thought that Tang Yun's injury was an accident, so he didn't think much about it. But now that Mrs. Tang said that Tang Juqing was injured as well, Lin Yi started to suspect something. Especially when Mrs. Tang said that she was injured. Could there be something going on? What happened? How did Tang Yun and Uncle Tang get injured? Well, it's like this. Mrs. Tang didn't think about asking Lin Yi to help them. After all, from her point of view, those people were like mafia members. They did whatever they wanted, and normal people couldn't afford to offend them. She told Lin Yi that it was because her house collapsed. She wanted Lin Yi to help solve it. Otherwise, where would she live in the future? Mrs. Tang told Lin Yi everything that happened. She didn't dare hide anything from him. She told him about how she was greedy for money and how she wanted to get the store. If there wasn't a cause, then why would there be such a thing? After listening to Mrs. Tang's story, Lin Yi's face darkened. In his heart, he was already extremely furious. These people dared to treat Tang Yun like this. They had crossed Lin Yi's bottom line. Lin Yi was infuriated. Master Bing. Very good. Chapter 582. Completion Ceremony of Boss. Zhao Qibing is a very famous young master in our province. His family background is very mysterious. I heard that he's related to the hidden houses. Li Zihua from Songshan is his subordinate. Fatty Lai was afraid that Lin Yi would act rashly and quickly revealed Zhao Qibing's background. I heard that he's a bastard child, but there's no proof. What's a hidden house? Lin Yi didn't seem to care about what Fatty Lai said. Hidden houses are more mysterious than the 4 big and 5 small houses. No one knows the names of these houses except for House Yu. I heard that they're a branch of a hidden house, or that House Yu itself is a branch of a hidden house. Fatty Lai said with a serious expression. But the hidden houses are stronger than these noble houses. It's just that they rarely interfere with the affairs of the common world. Oh. Lin Yi nodded expressionlessly. You don't have to say that. Just tell me where Zhao Qibing is. Fatty Lai froze. He knew that Lin Yi was determined to touch Zhao Qibing. He said helplessly, Zhao Qibing established a Qibing real estate company in Songshan. The Qibing skyscraper was just completed today. Zhao Qibing is holding a completion ceremony at the Qibing restaurant in front of the skyscraper. He invited a lot of famous people in Songshan. I received an invitation as well. Completion. Lin Yi smiled coldly. Fatty Lai, go find some trenching machines and bulldozers. We're going to meet this Master Bing. Lin Yi's tone was filled with certainty. Fatty Lai knew that no matter what background Zhao Qibing had, he wouldn't be able to stop his boss's anger. However, Fatty Lai was firm. Since his boss was going to touch Zhao Qibing, as his follower, he had to take the lead. He had decided to follow Lin Yi. He didn't care if Zhao Qibing was from a hidden house. Yes, boss. Fatty Lai was in the real estate business. Naturally, he had an engineering team. It wasn't hard to find some bulldozers and trenching machines. Tang Yun was shocked after hearing Lin Yi's words. Lin Yi, what are you doing? Don't cause trouble. Let's go see Uncle Tang first. Lin Yi didn't respond to Tang Yun's words. He understood Tang Yun's worry, but Lin Yi's mind was set. If someone dared to touch Tang Yun, how could Lin Yi let them go so easily? Tang Yun saw that Lin Yi didn't reply. She knew that Lin Yi wanted revenge for her, but she was afraid that Lin Yi wasn't a match. Lin Yi didn't know that Qibing was from the 4 big and 5 small houses. That sounded very scary. And that Zhao Qibing was related to a hidden house that was even more powerful than the 4 big and 5 small houses. How could Tang Yun not be nervous? She didn't need to be disfigured anymore, and naturally, she wanted to be with him peacefully. She didn't want him to cause any more trouble. Lin Yi. Tang Yun was touched, but she was afraid that something would happen to Lin Yi. What would she do if something happened to Lin Yi? Ha! Lin Yi sneered. He should have considered the consequences before he touched you. Don't kill people. Tang Yun knew that Lin Yi was strong, and when he was angry, he wouldn't care about the consequences. She was afraid that Lin Yi would cause trouble. She would rather not have Lin Yi stand up for her. Murder. Lin Yi was startled. In his heart, he had already blacklisted Master Bing, but Tang Yun's words reminded Lin Yi. If it were the old him, Qibing would have been nothing but a shrimp in his eyes, someone he could kill with a wave of his hand. There wouldn't be any consequences even if he was killed, but it was a little difficult to kill Zhao Qibing in front of everyone. However, even if he could avoid death, he couldn't escape punishment. There were many ways to turn someone into a living dead, and there was no need for Lin Yi to be wanted by the police just to kill Zhao Qibing. I won't kill him today. When Lin Yi said that, he already treated Zhao Qibing as a dead man. Even if he didn't die today, he would die in the future. However, Lin Yi wouldn't say that to Tang Yun. He said, "Let's see Uncle Tang first." Tang Yun sighed. She didn't understand the hidden meaning in Lin Yi's words, but she knew that Lin Yi wouldn't let Zhao Qibing go easily. However, would this cause trouble? Mrs. Tang accompanied Lin Yi to Tang Juqing's room. Mr. Tang knew that his daughter had broken up with Lin Yi, so he was surprised to see Lin Yi. However, seeing that Lin Yi was still as respectful as before, Tang Juqing found it strange. However, Mrs. Tang was here, so Tang Juqing didn't ask too much. He planned to ask about the details later. Lin Yi checked on Tang Juqing's condition. It was just a broken bone, but it was already connected. It was no big deal. However, Lin Yi quickly wrote down a prescription and gave it to Mrs. Tang. Get the medicine according to this prescription. Take it in the morning and night, 1 medicine a day, and you'll recover in a month. It's just a neurological problem. I need to get the medicine from my hometown. Okay. Mrs. Tang took the prescription carefully. She was very grateful to Lin Yi. Mrs. Tang had seen her daughter's miraculous ability to stop pain in an instant, so she trusted Lin Yi even more now. If Lin Yi said that it would be fine, then it must be fine. After saying goodbye to Mrs. Tang and Tang Yun, Lin Yi walked out of the hospital, but his face was dark. Although Lin Yi didn't know what the hidden house was, Lin Yi was never afraid of anyone. It didn't matter if they were from a hidden house or not. He would deal with Zhao Qibing first. Boss, the bulldozer and trenching machine are ready. I've also contacted the demolition team. Fatty Lai guessed what Lin Yi wanted to do. Lin Yi nodded. That completion ceremony, when does it start? 6 at night, Fatty Lai said. Oh, it's already started. Let's go. Lin Yi looked at the time on his phone. Fatty Lai didn't drive his own car. He got on Lin Yi's broken van. He had to give Lin Yi directions. As for the trenching machine, bulldozer, and the demolition team, Fatty Lai had already called them to be on standby near Qibing skyscraper. Zhao Qibing had long forgotten about the unhappiness in the morning. Other than feeling that it was a pity that a girl as beautiful as a goddess had her face ruined, he didn't have any other thoughts. To him, the people in the slums were no different from ants. It was a piece of cake to stomp them to death. Right now, he had more important things to do. Today was a big day for Qibing real estate. Chapter 583. Tit for tat among them were Jiang Wen, Tai Zhao, and the disciples of the 5 small noble houses. The 4 noble houses didn't live near Jiangshan, so they couldn't participate. However, one disciple from House Sun came. Wu Qingtian was originally in Songshan as well, but old Wu had just been discharged from the hospital, so he had to deal with some family matters before coming back. But even so, it made the completion ceremony a lot more exciting. Jiang Wen, Tai Zhao, the disciples of the 5 small noble houses, House Sun. These people all had strong social connections, and so they brought a lot of people with them. The lobby of Qibing Hotel was already bustling with noise and excitement. Qibing stood on the stage, raising his glass high, very pleased with the current situation. These people represented the various powers in Songshan, and even the province. This meant that his business in Songshan would definitely be very successful in the future. Thank you, everyone, for coming to the completion ceremony of Qibing Real Estate's office building, Qibing Skyscraper. Let us raise our glasses and celebrate this joyous moment. Qibing raised his glass and continued, "Let us drink this glass of wine and open the Qibing skyscraper together." The guests raised their glasses as well, drinking with Qibing. But at that moment, there was a sudden explosion that made everyone jump in fright. Following the loud noise was an earthquake that shook the mountains. Someone shouted, "It's collapsing, the skyscraper outside is collapsing." Qibing looked towards the direction of the shout and saw that the newly completed skyscraper, which hadn't been opened yet, collapsed with a loud noise. There were many bulldozers and trenching machines around the skyscraper, not only destroying the facilities around it, but also the parking lot and landscaping around the skyscraper. In the blink of an eye, a 10,000-meter-tall skyscraper was flattened. Qibing's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost, but he quickly reacted. Someone was demolishing his skyscraper. Qibing couldn't care less about the guests and rushed out of the restaurant, but Uncle Zhu followed him closely. Lin Yi stood in between the skyscraper and the restaurant, watching coldly as Qibing's skyscraper was flattened. "If you tear down Tang Yun's house, I'll tear down your skyscraper." Fatty Lai had been building for many years, but this was the first time he'd torn down a building that had just been built. Seeing a 10,000-meter-tall building collapse in an instant, he was overjoyed. Only Big Boss would be able to do something like this. "Who are you? What are you doing?" Qibing's eyes were about to spit fire. He didn't know where these people came from, but they were tearing down his newly built building the moment they arrived. How could Qibing not be hysterical? "You're Zhao Qibing." Lin Yi looked at him coldly. "That's right." Qibing took a deep breath, regaining his calmness. If the person in front of him knew who he was, then he should know who he was. Even then, they still dared to come and tear down his building. What was the meaning of that? Although Zhao Qibing wanted to tear Lin Yi's body into a million pieces right now, he was the one who made him look bad. The completion ceremony turned into a demolition ceremony. This made Zhao Qibing lose a lot of face. It was even more humiliating than before. "I'm Tang Yun's boyfriend." Lin Yi nodded and said faintly, "You destroyed her house, but you still owe me a pair of legs. I'll also disfigure your face." "Tang Yun." Qibing froze, but after hearing Lin Yi say that he destroyed her house, disfigured her face, and owed her a pair of legs, he knew who Lin Yi was talking about. Wasn't it the pretty girl he had his eyes on this morning? But Qibing didn't expect that Tang Yun had such a powerful boyfriend. These bulldozers and trenching machines couldn't be gathered by normal people in such a short amount of time. Lin Yi didn't give him a chance to speak. He walked towards him step by step. "You won't live past this year. Uncle Zhu, kill him." Qibing didn't put Lin Yi in his eyes. Lin Yi had already made him lose all his face. If he didn't kill Lin Yi to vent his anger, then he wouldn't be able to raise his head in front of all these people. As for the consequences of killing Lin Yi, Qibing didn't need to think about it. These people knew his background, and they wouldn't dare to say anything. Plus, these people's underlings weren't that clean, and they wouldn't expose Qibing. Lin Yi ignored Qibing and continued walking towards him. Uncle Zhu moved and slapped towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with a strange light as he blocked Uncle Zhu's attack with his palm. With a loud bang, Uncle Zhu took a few steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His breathing stagnated. Uncle Zhu looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. Mystic class. This person was a mystic class as well. Lin Yi's throat felt sweet, but he didn't retreat. He continued to approach Qibing step by step. Qibing was dumbfounded as well. He knew how strong Uncle Zhu was. He was a mystic class master. It wasn't a common sight in the family, and it was precisely because of his father's love for him that he sent Uncle Zhu to take care of him. But a master like that was pushed back by Lin Yi with just one palm, and even made him spit blood. How was this possible? This young man in front of him wasn't even 20 years old, right? Uncle Zhu wanted to rush over to save Qibing, but he had just exchanged a palm strike with Lin Yi, and suffered quite a bit of internal injury. His breathing hadn't stabilized yet, and he couldn't move at all. He couldn't even speak. Qibing was finally afraid. He was arrogant, but he wasn't an idiot. Someone who could push Uncle Zhu back was a piece of cake for him. He turned around, not caring about his face anymore. He wanted to run. However, Lin Yi stood in front of him. "Leave your legs," Lin Yi said faintly. "I'm a descendant of House Zhao, you can't do this." Qibing revealed his identity. "My father is Zhao Guanyin." "Who's Zhao Guanyin?" "I don't know him." "Is he Zhao Guanyin's brother?" Lin Yi slapped Qibing's head, making him look unrecognizable. Blood flowed from his face, and he didn't know where he was injured. How strong was Lin Yi's strength? Zhao Qibing's head flipped and he fainted. But in the next moment, Zhao Qibing woke up again as he clearly felt the pain in his legs and the crisp sound of his bones breaking. Crack, crack, Qibing fainted again. Chapter 584. Lin Yi was injured, let go of Master Bing. Uncle Zhu had finished adjusting his breathing and quickly stood in front of Lin Yi. "Mystic early phase, I know your strength. Although you're stronger than me, I will protect Master Bing with my life." Lin Yi smiled coldly as he glanced at Master Bing on the ground, then at Uncle Zhu. "I've done what I wanted to do. Let's leave Songhan City, or else I might remember what he did." Threat. This was a blatant threat. Uncle Zhu's face changed. Ever since he entered Mystic class, he had never been threatened by anyone. One had to know that in the common world, Mystic class masters were rare, but this young man in front of him, who looked less than 20 years old, had the strength of an early phase Mystic class. Don't be too arrogant. With your strength, you're not strong enough. But before Uncle Zhu could finish, Lin Yi had already turned around and left. Ignored. It was another blatant disregard. This made Uncle Zhu's face turn even uglier. However, he had no other choice. If he fought with Lin Yi, it was hard to say who would die. Uncle Zhu had no way to deal with him. What's more, he was like a crossbow that was forced to stand. He felt that he could fall to the ground at any time. Lin Yi got into the van. Fatty Lai, who was already waiting in the car, gave him a thumbs up. "Boss, you're too awesome. You dared to cripple Zhao Qibing's legs in this situation. Drive." Lin Yi spat out a mouthful of blood onto the windshield of the van. He started coughing non-stop. "Boss, what's wrong?" Fatty Lai was shocked. He thought that Lin Yi was very powerful just now. Who knew that Lin Yi was injured? "Drive, hurry and find a quiet place," Lin Yi panted as he ordered Fatty Lai. Fatty Lai nodded and didn't dare to delay. He quickly started the car and disappeared from the Qibing skyscraper. Fatty Lai wanted to send Lin Yi to the hospital, but on second thought, Lin Yi was a miracle doctor, why would he go to the hospital? He naturally had his reasons for wanting her to go to a quieter place. With that in mind, Fatty Lai sped towards his villa. Lin Yi had been holding his breath until now. His only thought was to avenge Tang Yun. That was why he didn't show any signs of injury after taking Uncle Zhu's attack. He did want to do something to Zhao Qibing, but he couldn't take it anymore. Lin Yi didn't think that a bastard would have an early Mystic class master by his side. Were Mystic class masters too cheap, or were those hidden families too powerful? He had underestimated his opponent. He thought that he could kill Zhao Qibing this year, but he didn't. Making someone die slowly was Lin Yi's specialty. Lin Yi said that he wouldn't kill Zhao Qibing today, but that didn't mean that he wouldn't kill him tomorrow or in the future. Lin Yi felt an indescribable discomfort. His internal organs had shifted. An early-stage Mystic class master could be said to be on the same level as Lin Yi. It was just that Lin Yi practiced the art of dragon mastery, so he was able to take the hit and break Xiao Qibing's legs. Uncle Zhu, on the other hand, almost fainted. When they reached Fatty Lai's villa, Fatty Lai didn't bother to lock his car. In fact, he wouldn't lose his car even if he didn't lock it. Fatty Lai helped Lin Yi back to the villa, and Fatty Lai's wife jumped in fright. She wanted to ask something, but Fatty Lai glared back at her. Fatty Lai helped Lin Yi into the guest room. Lin Yi smiled bitterly, "Guard the door, don't let anyone disturb me." "Yes, boss." Fatty Lai nodded and closed the door for Lin Yi. Lin Yi fell onto the bed and entered the jade space. Only by absorbing a large amount of pure energy could he recover quickly. Fortunately, he had this treasure. If it was a normal person, they would die without any elixirs in the outside world. In fact, Uncle Zhu felt like he was about to die. It was only after Lin Yi left that Sihua dared to run over. He knew how strong Lin Yi was, after all. Even 2 golden class masters had fallen to his hands. He didn't know how strong this Uncle Zhu was, but the fact that he was with Master Bing meant that he was stronger than the 2 golden class masters from before. Could he be a mystic class master? Sihua didn't dare imagine. Someone as strong as him was beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Lin Yi. What kind of strength did Lin Yi have? "Master Bing, how are you?" Sihua ran over to check on Qibing's injuries. After all, it was fine if Uncle Zhu died, but if Qibing died, it would be a huge problem. "Master Bing is fine, just a broken leg. I can't hold on anymore, call the head and ask Yaowang to save me." Uncle Zhu knew his situation. If he didn't have elixirs and relied on his own recovery, he would die in a few days. Sihua jumped in fright, quickly dialing up the house head's number after hearing Uncle Zhu's words. Zhang Wen, Tai Zhao, and the others who were watching from the back were also shocked at Lin Yi's boldness. He dared to hurt someone in public. Of course, Zhang Wen, Tai Zhao, and the others, including Sihua, didn't know Uncle Zhu's true strength. Zhang Wen, Tai Zhao, and the others would be shocked if they knew that Uncle Zhu was a mystic, right? This Lin Yi was too strong, defeating a mystic class master in one hit. They didn't see that Lin Yi was injured, so they thought that Uncle Zhu was just a useless bodyguard. But at this moment, no one dared to come over. Everyone knew about Master Bing's mysterious background, so wouldn't they embarrass Master Bing even more? Wouldn't they be asking for trouble? The completion ceremony of Qibing's skyscraper had become a joke. Completion. What completion? The house had already been demolished by others. Sihua didn't think that Lin Yi would be this ruthless. Not only did he bring people to demolish Qibing's skyscraper, but he even broke Master Bing's legs. How could this person be so unscrupulous? Sihua thought that he was already a very domineering person in Songshan, but compared to Lin Yi, he was still a far cry. Thinking back to the time when he threatened Lin Yi, Sihua couldn't help but feel a little scared. If Lin Yi really wanted to make things difficult for him, then the floating cloud bar would be gone, wouldn't it? Sihua sighed. It seemed that he had underestimated this opponent too much. This Lin Yi was someone that Peng Zhan could find, so he was obviously not an ordinary person. Chapter 585. What's the matter? Oh, little Li, what's up? It was the deep male voice that came from the other side of the phone. This person was Zhao Guanyin, the young master of House Zhao. Behind him was the old man of House Zhao, which was why Guanyin didn't dare to openly acknowledge Xiao Qibing as his illegitimate son. Boss, it's bad. Master Bing's face and legs were broken. Uncle Zhu was injured as well, and Qibing's skyscraper was destroyed. Sihua couldn't hide the shock in his heart as he spoke. There was a moment of silence on the other side of the phone, followed by Guanyin's incredulous voice. What did you say? Little Bing's legs were broken, and Mr. Zhu was injured. How is that possible? Mr. Zhu is an early-phase mystic class master, it's rare even in the common world. Are you having a fever? How could Little Bing become enemies with someone like that? Ah. Early phase mystic class. Zihua's mouth opened wide in shock once more. He knew that Uncle Zhu was very strong. After all, Master Bing's men couldn't be weaker than the 2 golden class masters Guanyin sent to him, right? But now that he heard Guanyin say that Uncle Zhu was an early phase mystic class master, Zihua was shocked once more. Someone as strong as him was injured so badly by Lin Yi's attack that he couldn't take it anymore. What kind of existence was Lin Yi? Was he stronger than an early phase mystic class master? Give me the phone, I'll talk to the master. Uncle Zhu started channeling his practitioner's arts, adjusting his breathing and recovering some of his stamina as he signaled to Zihua. Zihua hurriedly passed the phone to Uncle Zhu. Guanyin would only believe Uncle Zhu's words. In fact, Zihua didn't believe that a 19-year-old boy like Lin Yi could defeat Uncle Zhu. This world was too crazy, or were mystic class masters so worthless? Mr. Zhu, I'm Guanyin. How are you? Guanyin still couldn't believe that Uncle Zhu was injured. It was too unbelievable. He had only been in Songshan for a few days. How did Qibing meet such a strong opponent? To be able to injure a mystic class master, he must be a reclusive old geezer, right? These old fellows were all pursuing greater strength, so how could they have the mind to pay attention to the trivial matters of the secular world? Patriarch, it's me. I can only hold on for 2 more days. I've suffered internal injuries. Please ask the Medicine King to save me. Uncle Zhu's tone was very weak. Without any miraculous pills and medicines, the natural energy of nature is not enough to heal my injuries. What? It was only after hearing Uncle Zhu's words that Guanyin completely believed Zihua's words. Uncle Zhu was injured. Moreover, his injuries were not light. But hearing that Uncle Zhu could still hold on for 2 more days, Zhao Guanyin let out a sigh of relief. He was glad that Uncle Zhu could recover. Uncle Zhu was only in his 40s, and he was one of the most promising experts in the family to advance into the Earth class. If he really died like this, and it was because of his illegitimate son, then his position as the head of the family would be shaken. Zhao Guanyin took a deep breath and asked, "How is Xiao Bing?" Master Bing doesn't have any fatal injuries. Both his legs are broken, and his face is disfigured. But with Yao Wang personally treating him, there shouldn't be any side effects, Uncle Zhu said. That's good. Hearing that his son was fine, Zhao Guanyin finally let out a sigh of relief. I'll ask Yao Wang to go over right now. Also, I want to know the cause of this incident and what happened. I'll let Zihua tell you about this. Uncle Zhu didn't know much about the cause and what happened, because he didn't need to know. His duty was to protect Master Bing's safety, and as for the company's operations, he didn't care. So until now, Uncle Zhu still didn't know how Zhao Qibing made such a big enemy. One had to know that a mystic class master, although the hidden noble houses wouldn't pay attention to him, but in the secular world, in the 4 big and 5 small noble houses, he was an extremely powerful existence. He was someone who could do whatever he wanted, and all the heads of the noble houses had to give face to him. How many days had it been since Zhao Qibing came to Songshan? How many days had he created such a strong opponent? Although that person was at the early phase of mystic class, the same strength as Uncle Zhu could feel that Lin Yi's practice was much purer than his. Under the situation where they were at the same level, he wouldn't be able to fight against Lin Yi. If he knew that Lin Yi had just entered the mystic class 2 days ago and hadn't consolidated his strength yet, Uncle Zhu would probably vomit blood again. He had been in the mystic class for almost 10 years, and he had only reached the peak of the early phase of mystic class, and was advancing towards the mid-phase of mystic class. Zihua took the phone. He knew that Uncle Zhu and Master Bing were fine for the time being, so he wasn't that worried anymore. He started from Zhao Qibing's demolition of the slums, how he fell in love with Lin Yi's girlfriend, and how he destroyed Tang Yun's house, injuring Tang Yun and Tang Juqing. After that, he followed Lin Yi to take revenge. Of course, Zihua hated Lin Yi very much. Back then, the 2 golden class masters by his side died in Lin Yi's hands, so there was no new master in place. This made Zihua lose his confidence even when he went out. If it wasn't for Lin Yi, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Moreover, what annoyed him the most was that if it wasn't for Lin Yi, a part of Pingzhan Industries would have become Master Bing's property. Why would he and Jean Gubang invest to build a new building for Master Bing, the headquarters of Qibing Real Estate? Boss, the 2 golden class masters who were with me were killed by this kid. We can't let him get away with it. Zihua added after he was done narrating the story. Boss, the 2 golden class masters with me were killed by this kid. We can't let him go. If it wasn't for him, we would have gotten the real estate company we gave to Master Bing a long time ago, and maybe Pingzhan Industries would have been ours as well. But this kid stopped us, and now he injured Master Bing and Uncle Zhu. We can't let him go. At first, Zihua thought that Guanyin would be furious, but this time, Guanyin was very calm. His voice was calm as well. This Lin Yi, let's not provoke him for now. Let's wait for Yaoang to go and test him first. Although Guanyin was furious, he wasn't an idiot. If Lin Yi could injure Uncle Zhu, it meant that he had reached mystic class. But what did a 20-year-old mystic class master represent? Qibing didn't believe that Lin Yi was someone who trained himself. Chapter 586. House Xiao's head. So, Lin Yi probably had a huge family backing him, but which hidden house did he come from? In order to deal with Lin Yi, he had to get to the bottom of Lin Yi's background. He couldn't act recklessly. If Lin Yi really was a master nurtured by a hidden house and was killed by him, then that hidden house would go all out against House Xiao. Mystic at 20, his future was limitless. He might even reach the late phase of Earth class or even Sky class. If House Xiao killed him, then Lin Yi's family would go crazy. But they couldn't rule out the possibility that Lin Yi was just lucky, or maybe he ate some miraculous elixir, or maybe he broke through on his own. If that was the case, then they could just kill Lin Yi right away. It was the first time Zihua heard the head of the house speak in such a tone. He paused for a moment, but still replied, "All right, I understand." The ambulance came, and Zihua sent Master Bing and Uncle Zhu to the hospital for some simple treatment. Then, he waited for Yaoang to come personally. Guanyin, on the other hand, put down the phone and sighed. He stood up with a serious expression, walked out of the room, and walked towards an independent villa. "Young master, you're here." Guanyin was stopped by an old man the moment he arrived at the door. The old man spoke politely, but he didn't seem to have any intention of letting Guanyin in. "Elder Bai, I'm here to see my father." Guanyin didn't mind at all. Instead, he spoke respectfully to the old man. This was because Elder Bai was one of the few masters left in House Xiao, a guard of House Xiao. He was Guanyin's father's right-hand man. He was single, unmarried, and had no children. He stayed by Guanyin's father's side even when he was old, being a responsible right-hand man. "Please wait a moment, young master. I'll report to the head of the house." Elder Bai nodded and went back into the villa, while Guanyin stood at the door respectfully, not daring to do anything. After a while, Elder Bai came out again and nodded to Guanyin, "Young leader, the leader wants you in." In actuality, Zhao Guanyin was already the head of the Zhao family. Old Zhao had stepped down from the position a few years ago to focus on cultivation. But in Elder Bai's eyes, Old Zhao would always be the head of the Zhao family, and Guanyin was just the young head. However, Zhao Guanyin didn't have any other thoughts about this form of address. After all, although he was the head of the family, there were many situations where he had to ask his father for instructions. He could use the mystic class masters in the family, but earth class masters like Elder Bai, he couldn't. Zhao Guanyin respectfully entered the villa and saw that his father was already sitting in the living room, quietly sipping on a cup of tea. Zhao Guanyin hurriedly bowed and said, "Father." "Yes, what do you need me for?" Old Zhao had always been focused on cultivation, looking for the opportunity to break through to Earth class. He didn't really care about the family's business anymore, and unless it was something big, Guanyin wouldn't bother him. In actuality, the hidden noble houses didn't care about the common world's business. Although they had some companies and representatives in the common world, they weren't as powerful as the 4 great worlds and the 5 small noble houses. These people were just there to make money for the family, and they didn't need much in terms of material needs. With the wealth they had accumulated over the generations, they didn't even need to run a company outside to survive. Running a company outside meant that they didn't want to run out of money, so they used the profits to keep the family afloat. They didn't want to touch the family business if they could. That was the only way to ensure the family's prosperity. The most important thing was that the hidden noble houses had an agreement with each other to not get involved in the common world's business. Otherwise, the common world would be filled with Wuling masters, and the rules would be messed up. If they all came out, would the noble houses still have a way out? Plus, they pursued the highest level of martial arts, and their desire was to reach the peak and live forever. They had no interest in the outside world. Dad, Lil Bing's legs were crippled, and Mr. Zhu was seriously injured. Zhao Guangyi naturally had to report such a big matter to the old master. Oh. Old Zhao's eyes flashed. Lil Zhu is a mystic early phase, right? How did he get injured? Other than the U branch, who else in the common world would have a master like that? Old Zhao's words were like a wake-up call. Guanyin suddenly remembered that his wife's family was House Yu, wasn't it? Could it be that his wife found out that he had a bastard son outside, and sent someone to deal with Zhao Qibing? Qibing's face changed at the thought, and he started to get nervous. Could it be House Yu? Did Yu Xiaojin find out about Lil Bing? Yu Xiaojin was Qibing's wife, a member of House Yu. She was the youngest daughter of House Yu, and old Yu loved her dearly. It was possible that it was Yu Xiaojin who did it. Xiaojin knew about Lil Bing a long time ago. She didn't cause trouble with you because she's a sensible person. If you didn't bring Zhao Qibing back, she'd turn a blind eye to it. As for sending someone to deal with Lil Bing, that's impossible. Old Zhao said, unless Lil Bing threatens her son's position, which is your youngest son. So it's not House Yu. Guanyin paused, not expecting his wife to know about Zhao Qibing. He thought she didn't know. He couldn't help but smile bitterly at the thought. The women of House Yu were really not simple. It was a marriage of mutual benefit, but she'd been gentle and polite all these years, taking care of his daily life. It was hard to imagine that she used to be the daughter of House Yu. I didn't say that. Old Yu isn't someone who likes to lose out, and he loves Xiaojin the most. It's possible that he'd send someone to deal with Lil Bing for Xiaojin. Old Zhao shook his head. Don't put too much hope on Lil Bing. I don't think he's a spoiled young master. Of course, our Zhao family won't be bullied so easily. I understand this matter. Spread the word and put a bounty on this person's head among all the hidden families. If other families speak up, then consider it. If no one says anything, then that means this person isn't from a hidden family. Chapter 587. The girl from House Yu, of course. If no one cared, then House Xiao would be able to kill Lin Yi without a care in the world. But Guanyin was more inclined to believe that it was House Yu who did it. How could it be so coincidental? Qibing went to a small slum area in Songshan to demolish a house, and he was able to find a mystic class master. Weren't there too many masters in this world? Guanyin didn't believe that there wasn't a reason behind this, so he decided to tell Xiaojin about it when he got back. After all, Xiaojin already knew about Qibing's situation, and she was Qibing's aunt. Even if House Yu did it, they'd have to give an explanation. Guanyin said goodbye to Elder Zhao and returned to his villa. He found his wife, Xiaojin, and told her about Zhao Qibing. Of course, Guanyin was very sincere in admitting the mistakes he made when he was young and begging for his wife's forgiveness. Xiao Jin didn't say anything, only smiling as she listened to her husband. She shook her head. I knew about cheating a long time ago, I just wanted to see when you would be honest with me. Not only me, but my father knows as well, so I don't think it's us who did it. If we wanted to teach him a lesson, we would have done it long ago. Guanyin pretended to be surprised and moved to tears. Xiao Jin, so you knew about it all along. I really don't know what to say. Our marriage was for the family's benefit, but after all these years, we've developed feelings for each other, and we have a child. I don't want to dwell on the past, but I have one condition, and that is that your child cannot return to House Xiao. Xiao Jin made it very clear. He won't, Guanyin promised. As for whether or not that Lin Yi is from House Yu, I'll ask Big Brother for you. Xiao Jin said. Zhao Guanyin let out a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't someone from House Yu, everything would be fine. House Yu was one of the strongest hidden houses. Who would have thought that the abandoned bastard of House Yu, one of the 4 great houses of the common world, would actually rebuild House Yu, turning the head of the 4 great houses of the common world, House Yu. It seemed like a joke, but it was the truth. Of course, it was said that this bastard, Yu Xiaojin's father, had a fortuitous encounter that allowed him to break through Earth class and become a Sky class. That was more than 10 years ago. No one knew how strong he was now. As for what was above the heaven rank, only that mysterious man, whose name had once shaken the world, knew. House Yu was the envy of all the houses, but it was also a mountain that couldn't be imitated or surpassed. Who asked them to be so lucky? Lin Yi's arrest warrant was quickly sent out. Of course, it was only limited to the hidden aristocratic families. As for the 4 great aristocratic families and the 5 small aristocratic families, Zhao Guanyin didn't even bother to ask. Those aristocratic families in the common world couldn't possibly have a master like Lin Yi. It was a place with verdant hills and limpid waters, with several European-style ancient castles standing tall. A fairy-like girl sat in front of the window, drawing something on a drawing board. Sometimes she frowned, and sometimes she smiled. Hearing the sound of footsteps coming from the door, the girl quickly closed the drawing board in her hand and combed the hair in front of her forehead, trying to make her expression normal. Just as she turned around, the door of the room was pushed open. The girl's heart tightened, and the corner of her mouth curled up beautifully. 2 dimples appeared on her rosy cheeks. Brother, why didn't you knock again? Hey, didn't you leave the door unlocked? A handsome boy casually walked into the room and said with a smile, Huh? Little sister, why is your face so red? Don't tell me you're fantasizing again. The girl frowned. Brother, what are you saying? That's so bad. Hee, let me see what you're drawing. The boy jumped in front of the girl in a few steps, trying to snatch the drawing board from the girl's table. The girl was shocked, and she grabbed the drawing board tightly, not letting the boy take it. However, she wasn't as strong as the boy, and she couldn't help but get angry. Let go. The boy didn't let go, and pulled on the drawing board with all his might. The girl was afraid that he would ruin the work she had been working on for almost a month, and could only let go. However, her beautiful eyes were filled with anger as she glared at the boy. Ha! You dare say you're not fantasizing? Look, they're holding hands. Ha 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 ha. The boy laughed. None of your business. The girl grabbed the drawing back from the boy's hand when he wasn't paying attention, and closed the drawing board. It was a very beautiful sketch. On the drawing, a young girl and a man were holding hands as they ran happily on a grassland filled with birds and fragrant flowers. That young girl was herself. Little sister, Dad received a call just now, and I think he mentioned someone's name. The boy looked at the girl with a smile. The girl's heart tightened, but she said, Who? What does it have to do with me? If you don't want to know, then forget it. Pretend I never came. With that, the boy turned around and walked out. Brother, tell me, what did Dad say? The girl was panicking, and she stared at the boy. If you don't tell me, I won't talk to you anymore. Dad received a call just now, and it seemed like Auntie asked if there was a person named Lin Yi in our house. That's all I heard, I don't know anything else. The boy quickly said what he heard. Auntie. She called Dad. The girl was startled, not understanding why Auntie would suddenly ask about this. What did Dad say? Dad said he doesn't know. The boy shrugged. Even if he does know, he'll pretend he doesn't know. The girl really wanted to call her Auntie right now, but that would make things even more complicated. In the end, she put down the phone and said softly, Brother, help me. Of course I'll help, the boy said with a smile. Lin Yi is my bro, and I want him to be my brother-in-law too. Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll continue to ask around for you. Fatty Lai anxiously stood guard in front of Lin Yi's room, not knowing how Lin Yi was doing. He didn't dare to go in and ask, afraid that he would disturb Lin Yi's recovery. Old Lai, who's inside? Why are you so nervous? Why did you bring strangers into our house? Fatty Lai's wife looked at Fatty Lai and asked curiously. What do you know? That's my boss. I'm following him now. Fatty Lai glared at his wife. Shut up and get me something to eat, I'm starving. Chapter 588. Chapter 588. Miss Phone Wife Lai was afraid of the responsibility, so she reminded him. However, Fatty Lai was adamant, so she didn't say anything else. In fact, Fatty Lai was a smart man. Wife Lai knew that he wouldn't bring a dying person back for no reason. Fatty Lai paced back and forth in front of Lin Yi's door. Wife Lai quickly brought a bowl of noodles. Fatty Lai took 2 bites and Lin Yi's phone rang. Fatty Lai looked at the caller ID. It was Tang Yun. He quickly picked up the phone. Hello, sister-in-law. Fatty Lai. Where's Lin Yi? Why isn't he picking up? Tang Yun was very worried about Lin Yi's safety. Lin Yi hadn't come back after a few hours. He didn't even call. How could she not be worried? The two of them had just resolved their misunderstanding. They were stuck together like glue. Tang Yun wanted Lin Yi to come back quickly and stay by her side. Fatty Lai hesitated. Boss is fine. He's a little tired. He wants to sleep for a while. Sleep for a while. Tang Yun froze. She felt that something was wrong. Fatty Lai, tell me. What's wrong with Lin Yi? Wake him up. Sister-in-law, boss is really tired. He just wants to rest for a while. Fatty Lai didn't want to lie to Tang Yun, but Lin Yi had told him not to tell Tang Yun. Fatty Lai was in a difficult position. He didn't know how to answer Tang Yun. After all, Tang Yun and Lin Yi had a special relationship. A normal reason wouldn't work. Fatty Lai, if you don't tell me the truth, I won't let Lin Yi talk to you anymore. Tang Yun threatened anxiously. Hey! Fatty Lai screamed. He was troubled. Although Lin Yi didn't tell him to tell Tang Yun used Lin Yi to threaten him. Fatty Lai didn't know what to do. He's fine. Don't forget that boss is a miracle doctor. He's healing. Lin Yi's injured. Tang Yin asked, startled. Where are you guys now? He's at my house. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I'll tell Lin Yi to call you back when he wakes up. Fatty Lai explained. No, I'll go over now. Where's your house? Tang Yun panicked. Lin Yi was injured because of her. How could Tang Yun not visit Lin Yi? All right. Fatty Lai couldn't refuse, so he agreed. I'll get my wife to pick you up. It's late, and I'm worried. Then I'll be troubling you. Tang Yun didn't want to be polite with Fatty Lai anymore. After all, it was related to Lin Yi's safety. Tang Yun didn't want to argue too much. The car number is Song A1234A, a red Porsche. Fatty Lai told Tang Yun his wife's car number. He didn't want Tang Yun to get into the wrong car. After hanging up the phone, Fatty Lai called his wife over and asked her to pick up Tang Yun. Although his wife was confused, she didn't ask much. She went to the garage to get the car and drove to the hospital. From her point of view, someone that Fatty Lai paid so much attention to must be someone important. However, just when Tang Yun hung up, Lin Yi's phone rang again. Fatty Lai picked it up and froze when he saw the caller ID. Because what was written on it was Eldest Miss. Who was Miss? Fatty Lai didn't know what was going on. If Lin Yi called her Miss, she must be someone important. Fatty Lai quickly picked up the phone. Lin Yi, where did you go? Why aren't you back yet? My daddy is here. Under normal circumstances, Meng Yao wouldn't ask about Lin Yi's whereabouts. But today, Lin Yi ran away without telling her. Meng Yao was unhappy. Besides, her father was here. He wanted to have dinner with Lin Yi. It was a way to thank Lin Yi for saving her. Peng Zhan's company was very busy. He only had time tonight. He asked Faubert to prepare some food from the restaurant and planned to have a drink with Lin Yi. But after waiting for a long time, Lin Yi didn't come back. Meng Yao asked Meng Yao to call him. If it was any other time, Meng Yao would ask Yushu to make the call. But her father was here, so she called him herself. Fatty Lai heard Meng Yao's tone and jumped in fright. Who was this miss? How dare she talk to Lin Yi like this? Moreover, who was her father? Why did she ask Lin Yi to have dinner with her? Could she be Lin Yi's boss? Her tone confused Fatty Lai a little. He didn't know who the miss was. Ugh, I'm sorry. I'm not Lin Yi. Fatty Lai said carefully. Ah. You're not Lin Yi. Where's Lin Yi? Meng Yao asked curiously. It wasn't Lin Yi. Ugh. May I know who you are? Fatty Lai wanted to confirm the miss's identity before deciding if he should tell the truth. I'm Lin Yi's. Ugh, I'm his boss. Meng Yao thought about it for a long time. She couldn't figure out her relationship with Lin Yi. So, she came up with the term boss. And who are you? Fatty Lai jumped when he heard that it was Lin Yi's boss. Lin Yi's boss. Wasn't that his boss's boss? Fatty Lai quickly said, Hello, boss. Boss? What's that? Meng Yao didn't know what was going on. Lin Yi's my boss, so you're my boss's boss. Naturally, your boss. Fatty Lai explained. Oh, I don't care who you are. I'm looking for Lin Yi. Meng Yao was confused by Fatty Lai's words. Boss. He's injured. Fatty Lai said. He's healing now, what? Lin Yi's injured. Meng Yao was shocked. How did Lin Yi get injured? He couldn't help but feel nervous and anxious. What's going on? Is he all right? I don't know. He coughed up blood. He's healing in his room now. I don't dare go in. Fatty Lai replied carefully. Since the person was Lin Yi's boss, he didn't dare lie. Fatty Lai couldn't be blamed for believing Meng Yao's identity. After all, Lin Yi had the name Miss on his phone. Coughed up blood. Meng Yao's heart tightened. She had never felt so worried before. She said anxiously, Where are you? I'll be there right away. Ugh. It's so late. Should I get a car to pick you up? Fatty Lai didn't dare to delay. After all, he was the boss's boss. I have a car. Meng Yao interrupted Fatty Lai. Where is it? Hurry up. Chapter 589. The Miss and Tang Yun. Meng Yao didn't say anything and hung up the phone. Meng Yao was panicking. Other than her parents and her best friend, Yushu, she'd never been this worried about anyone before. Fatty Lai said that Lin Yi was injured and even vomited blood. Meng Yao's heart was in a mess. Even if she had some complaints about Lin Yi, it all turned into worry at this moment. Dad, Lin Yi's injured. I have to go check on him. Meng Yao said to Pingzhan and pulled Yushu out. Pingzhan wanted to go check on Lin Yi when he heard that he was injured, but he hesitated when he saw his daughter's anxious expression. He sat back down and said, "Be careful on the road." Pingzhan was quite satisfied with his daughter's relationship with Lin Yi. It seemed that his daughter's care for Lin Yi was more than just that of a follower. Yushu was eating a sweet potato. It was a hot dish, and it wouldn't taste good if she didn't eat it while it was hot. Although Lin Yi wasn't here yet, that was Yushu's personality. No one would say anything if she started eating first. Oh. Yao Yao sis, why are you pulling me? Yushu had just stuffed a piece of sweet potato into her mouth when Meng Yao pulled her. She almost choked to death. Her eyes rolled back. She was busy eating in the dining room and didn't hear the conversation between Meng Yao and Pingzhan in the living room. Your shield bro's injured. Are you going to check on him? Meng Yao glared at her. How could she eat so much? Why wasn't she fat? Or did her muscles grow to her breasts? She was quite envious of her physique. Ah. I'll go. How did Shield Bro get injured? Yushu was shocked when she heard that. She ran out with Meng Yao. I don't know. Meng Yao shook her head and went to the garage to get her Audi S5. She drove Yushu to Lead Shore. Behind them, Faubert Bentley also followed. Faubert and Pingzhan followed behind, worried that something might happen to the two girls in the middle of the night. Still, they wouldn't go see Lin Yi with them. Qianhua Waterfront District wasn't too far from Meng Yao's villa. Although he called later, he reached Fatty Lai's house first. Fatty Lai's wife, on the other hand, had to rush to the First People's Hospital from the Qianhua Shuyan District to the First People's Hospital. Naturally, she would be slower. Lai Chengyi. Meng Yao recognized Fatty Lai as soon as she entered. Although she didn't know many people, she had attended many famous entrepreneurs' parties with her father. She remembered the names of some of the more powerful bosses in Songshan. Lai Chengyi was one of them. Plus, his fat body left a deep impression on Meng Yao. You're big boss. You know me. Fatty Lai was pleasantly surprised. Having a good relationship with Big Boss would benefit him in the future. My name is Meng Yao. What Big Boss? It sounds terrible. Meng Yao frowned. Where's Lin Yi? Fatty Lai pointed at a closed door. He's inside, but he won't let me in. He asked me to guard the door for him. What's going on? Meng Yao was worried about Lin Yi, but since Lin Yi didn't let others in, she couldn't just push the door open. It wouldn't be good if she helped and made things worse. Fatty Lai didn't dare to hide anything. He told her about how Lin Yi helped Tang Yun get revenge. From his point of view, Meng Yao was Lin Yi's boss. She should know about Lin Yi's girlfriend. Tang Yun. Meng Yao heard that Lin Yi was injured because he was avenging Tang Yun, and she felt uncomfortable. Why? You're my shield, yet you're taking revenge for another girl, and you're even injured. Have you ever asked for my permission? Did I allow you to go? This Tang Yun was too much. Most importantly, didn't Lin Yi break up with Tang Yun? She turned to Yushu. The spy, Chu 007, didn't you say that Lin Yi broke up with Tang Yun? Ugh. Yushu heard it from someone else. She was unhappy when she heard that Lin Yi got injured because of Tang Yun. If it was for Yao Yao sis, it would be fine. But for another girl, she pouted. Looking at Yushu's face, Meng Yao knew that there was something wrong with her source. She glared at her and didn't ask anymore. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. She wanted to see how Lin Yi was, but she couldn't. She could only stand in front of the door. Fatty Lai saw that Meng Yao didn't say anything. He didn't dare to reply. He stood beside Meng Yao carefully, waiting for her orders. After a while, the sound of a car came from outside the villa. It was followed by the sound of the door opening. A girl stumbled into the villa. Who else could it be if it wasn't Tang Yun? Tang Yun ran out from the bed directly. She didn't even change out of the hospital gown. Her head was still wrapped in bandages. She followed Fatty Lai's wife. Beside her was Lu Xinwen. Fatty Lai, how's Lin Yi? Where is he? Tang Yun rushed over. Although Meng Yao and Yushu were there, she ignored them. In her eyes, there was only Lin Yi's safety. It was good enough that she could see Fatty Lai. Humph. He won't die. Meng Yao snorted before Fatty Lai could speak. When she saw Tang Yun, her heart was filled with rage. Lin Yi was injured because of Tang Yun, so she didn't like Tang Yun at all. Seeing Tang Yun stumbling over, she was a little angry. But Meng Yao forgot that she was the same when she came in. Ah. Tang Yun saw Meng Yao and Yushu beside Fatty Lai. As one of the three campus beauties, Tang Yun naturally knew the other two. She even talked to Yushu before. How could she not know them? Fatty Lai, how's Lin Yi? Where is he? Tang Yun ran over hurriedly. Although Meng Yao and Yushu were there, she ignored them. In her eyes, there was only Lin Yi's safety. It was good enough that she could see Fatty Lai. Humph. He won't die. Meng Yao snorted before Fatty Lai could speak. When she saw Tang Yun, her heart was filled with rage. Lin Yi was injured because of Tang Yun, so she didn't like Tang Yun at all. Seeing Tang Yun stumbling over, she was a little angry. But Meng Yao forgot that she was the same when she came in. Chapter 590. The defense of love. From the looks of it, they were here for Lin Yi as well. She asked hesitantly, you guys. Meng Yao was about to say something when Yushu blinked her eyes and stepped in front of Meng Yao. Let me introduce you, Yao Yao sis, she's Shield Bro's girlfriend. Shield Bro? Who? Tang Yun didn't quite understand what Yushu meant. Shield Bro, naturally, it's Lin Yi, haha. Yushu smiled slyly. Lin Yi? Girlfriend? Tang Yun's eyes widened. She was Lin Yi's girlfriend, okay. How did Meng Yao become Lin Yi's girlfriend? What was going on? If Xiao Xiao was here, Tang Yun could understand, but Meng Yao and Yushu were the two of them. She couldn't believe it. How did Lin Yi get involved with them? Meng Yao glared at Yushu, but the word girlfriend didn't resent her at all. Quite the contrary, it gave her a strange feeling. She didn't want to reject it. Hello, I'm Meng Yao, Lin Yi's fiancé. Meng Yao elegantly extended her hand towards Tang Yun, raising her arrogant head and looking down at Tang Yun. At this moment, the eldest Miss Innate Nobility was displayed to the fullest. Tang Yun looked at Meng Yao, surprised. Lin Yi's fiancé. Tang Yun wasn't used to this. This was too sudden. She was Lin Yi's fiancé. Meng Yao was the famous miss of the school, the daughter of the chairman. She had a relationship with Lin Yi. Although surprised, Tang Yun still held Meng Yao's hand stubbornly. I'm Tang Yun, Lin Yi's girlfriend. Why didn't I hear Lin Yi mention that he has a fiancé? Seeing Ming Yao's attitude, Tang Yun was convinced. If the woman in front of her had nothing to do with Lin Yi, she wouldn't be here right now. However, she didn't believe that she was Lin Yi's fiancée. She'd just been tricked by Xiao Xiao, and her vigilance was high. How could she be tricked so easily? Even if the opponent was an arrogant miss, Tang Yun started to fight back. This was the first time she fought to defend her love. She didn't want to misunderstand Lin Yi again because of some groundless things. "I've heard of you," Meng Yao said faintly. It had to be said that Ming Yao's words had taken the upper hand. She showed that her relationship with Lin Yi was closer than Tang Yun's relationship with Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't hide anything from her, but Lin Yi hid something from Tang Yun. "Is that so? Since you've heard of me, then you should know that my relationship with Lin Yi is recognized by the school." "Since when did you become Lin Yi's fiancé?" Tang Yun's words were sharp. She didn't fight before because she didn't want to, and she didn't need to fight for anything. But the feeling of losing Lin Yi these past few days wasn't a good one, torturing Tang Yun. Plus, with Ming Yao's words, Tang Yun straightened her back. She was Lin Yi's girlfriend. This was recognized. Tang Yun's words made it hard for Meng Yao to reply. She argued with Tang Yun because she wanted to win, but she had never been in a relationship with Lin Yi. She felt guilty instinctively. Seeing Tang Yun being so aggressive, she didn't know how to deal with it. However, she didn't want to admit defeat. She'd said it before, so how could she back down? What's wrong with that? Yao Yao Sis and Shield Bro's relationship was arranged by the family. There's no need to tell others. Isn't that right, Yao Yao Sis? Although Yushu would usually quarrel with Meng Yao, the two of them were on the same side right now. When there was an enemy, they would stand together to fight together. She put her hands on her waist and stood in front of Meng Yao. Arranged by the family. Tang Yun froze. Indeed, marriage between rich families wasn't a rare thing. If Yushu said it, it was possible. After all, Ming Yao's identity was there. If she didn't have a relationship with Lin Yi, why would she argue with her? Yeah, you don't know, right? Shield Bro and Yao Yao Sis are developing fast. They've even kissed. Yushu looked at Tang Yun and said proudly, "How about it? You guys haven't kissed yet, right?" Yushu's words shocked both Meng Yao and Tang Yun. Although Meng Yao was surprised, she didn't show it. She looked at Tang Yun proudly as if she agreed with Yushu's words. "Why? Why not? We've kissed before." Tang Yun looked at Yushu and said word by word, "We often kiss." Tang Yun was talking about the promise they made when they rescued the hostage in the hospital. Although they haven't carried it out yet, Tang Yun thought that it should be about the same. So she didn't want to be outdone. Lu Xinwen followed Tang Yun here, but she didn't know what was going on. She knew Meng Yao and Yushu. She knew that these two were the prettiest girls in the school. But their words shocked Lu Xinwen. Of course, what shocked her even more was Tang Yun's words. Tang Yun and Lin Yi kissed. Lu Xinwen had been trying to find out how far Tang Yun and Lin Yi had progressed, but there was no progress. Today, Tang Yun's self-exposure made Lu Xinwen sigh. So these two had reached this stage without saying a word. Oh, kissing isn't that big of a deal. Shield Bro often hugs Yao Yao Sis and touches her chest. Yushu released even more explosive news when she heard that Tang Yun had kissed Lin Yi. Meng Yao wanted to say that Lin Yi had never touched her chest before. But she knew that Yushu was fighting for her face, so Meng Yao silently agreed to Yushu's words. Lin Yi touched my chest too. Tang Yun panicked. She subconsciously puffed out her chest. His chest isn't as big as mine. It's not easy to touch. Tang Yun would never say something like this under normal circumstances. But even a rabbit will bite when it's cornered. Tang Yun was forced into a corner by Meng Yao and Yushu, so she didn't care about what she said. The words almost came out of her mouth. After saying it, even Tang Yun was shocked. Was this something she said? How could she be so shameless? How could she compare whose chest was easier to touch with other girls? How shameless was that? Lu Xinwen's eyes widened. Was this the good girl she knew? How could this be? This was crazy. Both of them started to touch breasts. Chapter 591. Chapter 591, Super Yushu. Tang Yun pointed out her weakness, which made Meng Yao furious. She glared at Tang Yun as if she wanted to eat her up. What's wrong with my little one? I have a big one at home. Look, isn't she big? She's a lot bigger than you, right? Meng Yao pushed Yushu out as she spoke, and as Meng Yao's best friend, Yushu puffed her chest out proudly. See? You can't compete with her, right? It's none of your business. It's not like Lin Yi can touch you. Tang Yun found it funny. Meng Yao couldn't compete with her, but she couldn't use someone else to replace her, right? Why not? Shield bro always touches me. You even kissed me. Yushu looked at Tang Yun as if she was looking at an ignorant girl with disdain. Touch you? Kiss you? Tang Yun didn't believe it. It was ridiculous. She could accept that Lin Yi was Meng Yao's fiancé, but to say that Lin Yi not only had a relationship with Meng Yao, but also with Yushu, it was ridiculous. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Yao Yao sis is Shield bro's main wife, and I'm his second wife. Buy one get one free, it's a good deal. Yushu blinked at Meng Yao. Isn't that right, Yao Yao sis? That's right. Meng Yao nodded with a serious face. Yeah, that's what we agreed on. Meng Yao nodded with a serious face. Aw. Tang Yun was completely dumbfounded. What kind of logic was this? One was the main wife, and one was the second wife. Most importantly, Meng Yao had silently agreed to it. Tang Yun felt that this was either a farce, or there was something wrong with their brains. Tang Yun felt that it was possible for her to be Lin Yi's second wife. After all, her family was there, and she liked Lin Yi a lot. Lin Yi was injured because of her. He was willing to sacrifice so much for her, even if she was his second wife, Tang Yun would accept it. At the very least, Lin Yi truly liked her. As long as he treated her well, she could barely accept it. But to say that Yushu was Lin Yi's mistress, Tang Yun didn't think it was realistic. What was Yushu's family background? She was a miss, and her brother was a major. Her family background was even more mysterious. Both she and Meng Yao were the pride of the school, so how could they share a husband? So Tang Yun's first thought was that these two were working together to trick her. After the initial shock, she didn't really believe it. She said sarcastically, first wife, second wife. You guys are really creative. Yeah, how about it? Are you envious? Yushu continued as if she didn't hear the sarcasm in Tang Yun's words. Yao Yao and I are generous people. Even if you're Lin Yi's girlfriend, you can only be a small wife. No, you're the second small wife, I'm the first. Yushu's words made Meng Yao blush. Don't you know how to be embarrassed? But, it was all thanks to Yushu, the clown. Without her, Meng Yao might have really lost the battle. Tang Yun was speechless. How could there be such a shameless person? What first wife and second wife? Was it that honorable? This Yushu didn't seem to know what shame was. Tang Yun couldn't argue with her. But how could Tang Yun accept being defeated just like that? She glared at Yushu, what first wife and second wife? First come, first served, right? I'm already having sex with Lin Yi. What are you guys? You're just a figurehead. What? Xinwen was scared to death. Tang Yun and Lin Yi had already developed to this stage. already had sex. Heavens, this is too fast. Tang Yun was also shocked by her own words. But since she said it, she couldn't back down. If she showed her fear, all her previous efforts would be wasted. So this time, Tang Yun took the initiative. She couldn't let Yushu lead her by the nose all the time, could she? Sex is nothing. We've been living together for a long time. Right, Yao Yao sis? Yushu looked at Meng Yao and asked. Yes, we're living together. Meng Yao said this with confidence. She was telling the truth. She wasn't lying. They were living together with Lin Yi. We're always together. We're always threesome. Do you know what threesome is? Men love it the most. You're alone. How can it be as good as me and Yao Yao sis? Yushu didn't think before she spoke. She dared to say anything. This made Meng Yao speechless. But even so, she couldn't correct her. Meng Yao could only accept it. Tang Yun's face turned red. She didn't expect Yushu to say something so bold. She didn't want to believe Meng Yao and Yushu's words. But she was a little suspicious. After all, a girl's reputation was very important. She was already Lin Yi's girlfriend. Even if it was spread out, it wouldn't cause any trouble. But Meng Yao and Yushu, these two rich girls, didn't they care about their reputation? If there really wasn't anything between them and Lin Yi, would they dare to say this? Although Tang Yun didn't think that threesome was real, their relationship with Lin Yi was definitely not nothing. Although Tang Yun was stubborn and felt that she was Lin Yi's girlfriend, she was still no match for Yushu. At this time, she was obviously a little weak. After all, she didn't know what else to say to be more powerful than Yushu's threesome. What's so good about threesome? It's disgusting. Tang Yun felt wronged. Her eyes stared at Yushu, unwilling to show weakness. You haven't tried it before. Of course you don't know. Yushu said confidently. We basically have threesome every day. Bullshit. Tang Yun, of course, didn't believe it. She felt that what Yushu said was too far from reality. Lin Yi won't live with you guys. You don't believe me? Then I'll show you the evidence. Yushu took out her phone and opened the photo album. Then, she held it up and showed it to Tang Yun. Look, this is our kitchen. Shield Bro makes breakfast for us every day. This is our living room. We watch TV together. Oh right, on this sofa, we threesome together. Look here, it's my asterisk asterisk. If you don't believe me, you can look at what I'm wearing. It's with this pattern. Oh, Yao Yao sis is in this photo. Look, the reflection in the mirror is here. Yushu finally found a photo with Meng Yao on it. She pointed it out to Tang Yun excitedly. Chapter 592. Who's bolder, how is it? Do you believe me now? There's also this one, it's our villa's yard. Look, this is Shield Bro's car, and this is his car. You've seen it before, right? This Beetle is mine, and that Audi S5 is Yao Yao sis's. Yushu continued flipping through the photos in her phone and explained to Tang Yun, actually, there's still the selfie we took when we were together, but we didn't put it in our phone. It's in our computer, do you want to see it? Humph. Tang Yun snorted and glared at Yushu fiercely. Actually, Tang Yun's heart was in a mess. She didn't know if she should believe Yushu's words, but her instincts told her that she didn't believe Yushu's words. If Lin Yi really had something with them, Tang Yun didn't believe that Lin Yi wouldn't tell her about it. Why would Lin Yi hide it from her? If he had a fiancé, then so be it. As long as he told her, she would leave quietly. There was no need to tell her through someone else's mouth. However, in the photo in Yushu's phone, it was indeed Lin Yi's car. Tang Yun also saw Lin Yi driving the yellow Beetle. When Lin Yi came to her house for the first time, he drove this beetle. How could Lin Yi not know about it? And that Audi S5, Tang Yun also saw it. It was at the night market. Lin Yi stood beside the car. In fact, Yushu didn't know what lovers would do after they slept together. They couldn't say that they had a child, right? That would be ridiculous. If Tang Yun asked where the child was, what would she say? So, Tang Yun didn't say anything and just stared at them. Yushu didn't say anything either and just stared at them. They glared at each other fiercely, but no one said anything. At that moment, it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Although it seemed like Yushu and Meng Yao had the upper hand, in fact, they were feeling guilty. After all, what Yushu said just now was just bullsh*ting, bullsh*ting. Fatty Lai had already hidden far away when the three girls started fighting. He didn't want to be caught as a strong man because he couldn't afford to offend either of the two groups. Fatty Lai knew that Tang Yun was his sister-in-law. Meng Yao and Yushu, on the other hand, were speaking so confidently, and Yushu had so much evidence. Fatty Lai knew that Lin Yi must be related to them. Therefore, the best thing to do at this time was to hide and not help either side. This was the wisest choice. Fatty Lai walked over after they stopped arguing. Alright, it doesn't matter which one of you is Lin Yi's wife. You're still his woman, so you're all sisters-in-law. Meng Yao was about to say, who's sis-in-law? But then he remembered that he was still fighting with Tang Yun, so he accepted the title of sister-in-law without batting an eyelid. Tang Yun saw that Meng Yao and Yushu didn't say anything, so she raised her head and didn't say anything. Sisters-in-law, can you guys calm down first? Boss is healing now, and he needs silence. What if he goes mad with you guys arguing like this? Fatty Lai said carefully. Ah. Tang Yun was shocked. Meng Yao and Yushu were also shocked. They didn't think that much before, but after Fatty Lai's reminder, they realized that Lin Yi was still lying inside. What's the point of arguing about these meaningless things? Maybe it was because of Fatty Lai's words, or maybe they didn't know what to say anymore, but the living room temporarily quieted down. There were two groups of people in the living room. One group was Meng Yao and Yushu. Both of them had moved to the side and were whispering to each other. Shu, how could you say such dirty things just now? 3 batches. Did you read too many bad books? Meng Yao scolded softly. Oh, Yao Yao sis, you know what 3 batches means. Then you read bad books too. Yushu said carelessly. Don't change the topic. Meng Yao glared at Yushu. What we did just now, wasn't it bad? What's bad about it? Shield Bro belongs to Yao Yao sis, who asked him to fool around outside. Yushu didn't think that what she did was wrong at all. Sigh. Meng Yao sighed softly. In fact, she didn't know whether what she did was right or wrong. It seemed like it was an instinct, but it also seemed like she was being pushed. On the other side, Tang Yun was pulled to the side by Lu Xinwen. Lu Xinwen wanted to speak a few times, but she didn't. After all, she didn't know how Tang Yun and Lin Yi's relationship was not good. Tang Yun was worried about Lin Yi, so she didn't have the mood to talk about this. The battle with Yushu just now was to protect her dignity, and at this moment, Tang Yun obviously didn't have the mood to care about other things. Fatty Lai saw that everyone was standing in front of Lin Yi's room, so he and his wife moved 4 sofas and let them sit first. Time passed by, and there was no movement from Lin Yi's room. Tang Yun wanted to go and see, but she was afraid of disturbing Lin Yi, and Meng Yao had the same thought. Yao Yao sis, I'm hungry. Yushu heard her stomach growling. She wanted to eat. Bear with it, when Lin Yi wakes up, the 3 of us will go home and eat together. When she said this, Meng Yao didn't know what she was thinking, but she purposely raised her voice so that Tang Yun could hear her. Okay, but I want to eat Shield Bro's cooking, his cooking is delicious. Yushu cooperated with Meng Yao. Doesn't he cook for us every day? He's injured today, so he doesn't need to cook anymore. Meng Yao also showed off. Meng Yao realized that when did she become so vain? She didn't like to show off before, did she? Tang Yun listened to the two girls, and her heart was filled with dissatisfaction. Why should she cook for them? She couldn't help but say, Lu Xinwen, you haven't eaten Lin Yi's chicken wings before, right? It's delicious, and he even gave me the recipe. The barbecue at my house now is the recipe Lin Yi gave me. Right, he even made me shark meat before, you have eaten it too, right? Lu Xinwen sighed. Yin Yun, why are you starting to get jealous too? You are the pride of the heavens, the prettiest among the three of us. But Meng Yao and Yushu, which one of them isn't beautiful? Shark meat, we have eaten it too, and that shark was caught by Shield Bro and me. Yushu continued. Humph. Tang Yun didn't believe it and humphed. Chapter 593. The war begins again, I want to eat roasted chicken wings. Yushu heard Tang Yun talking about roasted chicken wings, so she wanted to eat roasted chicken wings as well. Shoo! We don't have roasted chicken wings here. Meng Yao glared at her and turned to Fatty Lai. Sorry for troubling you. Meng Yao acted like a lady from a wealthy family. Us too, we'll just eat whatever we want, Tang Yun said politely to Fatty Lai. Okay, I'll ask my wife to cook the noodles. Fatty Lai let out a sigh of relief. He was afraid that these girls would be picky. Soon, Fatty Lai's wife finished cooking the noodles, and Fatty Lai was responsible for serving them. Each of them had a bowl, and the piping hot noodles were placed in front of the girls. Meng Yao, Yushu, Tang Yun, and Lu Xinwen were all hungry. They stopped fighting and lowered their heads to eat the noodles. Meng Yao and Tang Yun ate more elegantly, while Yushu and Lu Xinwen didn't care that much. They ate the noodles with gusto. Fatty Lai often went to social events, and it was hard for him to eat his fill at the banquets. So he would always eat something before going to bed, and noodles were extremely convenient. So Fatty Lai's wife learned how to cook noodles, and the noodles she made were better than the ones outside. After finishing the noodles, Fatty Lai picked up the bowl, and the girls continued to stare at each other. The smell of gunpowder was very strong. After eating and drinking, the war began. Meng Yao thought about how there was no news from Lin Yi for so long, and she was even more worried. She couldn't help but complain. Why didn't you stop Lin Yi from taking revenge? If you had stopped him, he wouldn't have gotten hurt, right? How could I have stopped him? He went to take revenge for me, and that proves that he loves me. I should be happy. Tang Yun said. Otherwise, why didn't he get hurt because of you? Who said he didn't get hurt because of me? He even took a bullet for me, right Shu? Meng Yao was talking about the bank robbery, but the bullet wasn't for Meng Yao, but for Guan Xane. Oh, Shield Bro jumped into the sea with me to save me, and we even fought sharks. Yushu added. Fatty Lai sighed and pulled his wife to a faraway place. He didn't dare go to sleep. It was fine if they argued, but he was afraid that they'd start fighting. Old Lai, who are these people? Lai's wife still didn't understand the relationship between these people. She only knew that the injured person was Lin Yi, her husband's boss, was a miracle doctor who cured her father-in-law. The current miracle doctor Guan's medical company was also founded by him, so Lai's wife knew that he was a powerful figure and respected him like Fatty Lai. But, of the 4 girls in the room, 3 of them were ridiculously pretty, and all of them claimed to be in a relationship with Lin Yi. This gave the wife quite a headache. Lin Yi passed the phone to Fatty Lai and told him to explain if Tang Yun called. Then, he locked himself in the room, fell onto the bed, and fainted. In the next moment, Lin Yi entered the space of the jade pendant. This was the first time that Lin Yi had a head-on collision with an expert of similar strength to him. This collision was extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, he had the space of the jade pendant. Otherwise, he might have really died this time. Phew, Lin Yi could feel the elemental energy around him repairing his internal organs at an incredible speed. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. It was a very comfortable feeling, just like the feeling he got when he leveled up and broke through. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This was the second time Lin Yi entered deep sleep after Xiao Xiao sucked all his energy dry. He couldn't sense anything from the outside world at all. Time passed, and Lin Yi's injured body was quickly recovering under the pure energy of the space. After who knew how long, Lin Yi let out a long roar and stood up. Lin Yi moved his body left and right, in disbelief. He was healed, completely healed. Lin Yi, naturally, knew how serious his injuries were. Even with the support of his old man's elixirs, he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for at least 2 to 3 months. But in this space of the jade pendant, he recovered so quickly. It could be said to be a miracle. Jiao Lao, I'm healed. Lin Yi asked in disbelief. Yes. Jiao Yazi nodded. The space of the jade pendant has healing effects. Lin Yi asked curiously. When he fell on the bed, entering the space of the jade pendant was an instinct. In fact, Lin Yi didn't know that entering the space of the jade pendant after he fainted could help him heal. Of course, your energy can help others heal, of course you can heal yourself. Jiao Lao rolled his eyes. Can't you ask some questions that are beyond kindergarten level? Okay, so that means if I slowly absorb energy from the outside, the pure qi in the natural world, I can slowly recover? Lin Yi asked. In theory, yes. Jiao Yazi said, but this is another kindergarten level question. The pure qi in the outside world is thin, and the amount you absorb can't keep up with the speed your body uses it. You won't be able to absorb that much energy, and you'll die. I see. Lin Yi nodded. If that Uncle Zhu didn't have elixirs, he'd probably die. One more question, why do I feel like I'm stronger than before? Although my level hasn't changed, I feel stronger. Very good, there's progress. This is a primary school level question. Jiao Yazi's words made Lin Yi a little embarrassed. However, Jiao Yazi didn't wait for Lin Yi to speak and continued, there's no construction without destruction. Your bones and internal organs have all been damaged, so they will be repaired by the pure energy in the space. Naturally, they will be much stronger than if they were forged by the thin true qi in the natural world. Lin Yi suddenly realized that it was related to the purity of the energy. It seemed that the space of the jade pendant was really a good thing. Such a serious injury, but I recovered in such a short time. It's unbelievable. Lin Yi sighed. Short. It's almost 10 hours. Jiao Yazi said lightly. What? 10 hours. Lin Yi was shocked. In his mind, it was only 1 or 2 hours. He didn't expect it to be this long. Chapter 594. Lin Yi's headache. Moreover, after he ran out tonight, he did not inform eldest Mississippi. Would eldest Miss look for him? Thinking of this, Lin Yi quickly returned to reality from the jade space. Lin Yi stretched his body and checked his body. He was on the verge of dying, but now he had recovered to his peak condition. He was full of energy and there was nothing wrong with his body. Only the blood stain on his clothes was a little scary. Lin Yi quickly got up from the bed and opened the door, only to be stunned by what he saw. Miss and Tang Yun were all sitting in the living room. Why were they all here? Lin Yi, are you all right? Why is it so serious? Meng Yao stood up first and walked to Lin Yi's side. She looked at Lin Yi tenderly, her beautiful eyes were full of tenderness. Lin Yi couldn't help but shiver at Meng Yao's tone. Was this Miss? Why was she speaking like this? Was he not awake yet? Was he still dreaming? Meng Yao didn't know why, but in front of Tang Yun, she subconsciously entered her mode. She was like a gentle wife, worried about Lin Yi. Especially when she saw the blood stain on Lin Yi's clothes, Meng Yao was even more furious at Tang Yun. Lin Yi was injured because he wanted to avenge her. Lin Yi, I'm sorry. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been injured. Tang Yun naturally didn't want to be outdone. She ran over and grabbed Lin Yi's arm. How could Meng Yao let herself get close to Lin Yi? At this time, she also grabbed Lin Yi's other arm. Yushu, on the other hand, jumped into Lin Yi's arms. Shield bro, we were so worried about you. Are you alright? If not, let's go home and do 3P. Wah! Lin Yi jumped in fright from Yushu. What? Go home and do 3P. Did Shu have a fever or was she having a stroke? Lin Yi, she said she's your fiancé. Meng Yao is the main wife, and Yushu is the second wife. Tang Yun was conflicted. Although she was worried about Lin Yi's injury, she still had to ask the question in her heart. Ah. First wife, second wife. Lin Yi's eyes widened. What was going on? That's right, Lin Yi. Tell me, are you my personal expert? Are you here to help me deal with those pestering flies? Meng Yao felt a little guilty. Lin Yi had woken up, and her lie was about to be exposed. However, she didn't want to admit defeat in front of Tang Yun. Lin Yi looked at Meng Yao. He didn't know what was wrong with her today. Why was she so aggressive today? They said that the two of you often kiss together, and 3P. Tang Yun didn't think that the term 3 batches was very elegant, but she couldn't care less. She wanted to know the truth. When did you kiss? 3P. I don't even know where to start. Lin Yi sweated. He wanted to have 3P, but who was going to do it with him? Shield bro, you dare to say that you didn't kiss me and Yao Yao sis? You even made Yao Yao sis pregnant, and she vomited. Yushu said, also, didn't you kiss me on the beach? Really? Tang Yun looked at Lin Yi with a wronged expression. Lin Yi suddenly had a headache. He didn't know how Meng Yao and Yushu got into a fight with Tang Yun, but it was obvious that the two of them lied to Tang Yun. Sweat. That's an indirect kiss, okay? You drank my drink, and that counts as a kiss. Lin Yi was speechless. If you can get pregnant like that, then the streets would be full of pregnant women. Also, Shu, I gave you CPR, how is that a kiss? Tang Yun listened to Lin Yi's explanation, and her heart was filled with joy. Although this explanation proved that Lin Yi really had some relationship with Meng Yao and Yushu, at least Lin Yi cared about her, that's why he explained it to her. Whether it was true or not, Tang Yun was very happy. Meng Yao blushed when Lin Yi said the truth, but Yushu didn't care. Shield bro, why didn't you cooperate with us? Cooperate with what? Lin Yi smiled bitterly, why are you and Yao Yao here? Yao Yao sis heard that you were injured, so she brought me here to see you. Yao Yao sis is very concerned about you, when are we going home to play 3P? Yushu said without blushing. What 3P? How can you be so shameless? Lin Yi already said that it has nothing to do with you, can you not pester him like this? Tang Yun panicked. Why was Yushu like this? Isn't this seduction? Even if Lin Yi didn't like them, wouldn't he make a mistake if he continued to seduce them? Tang Yun knew how pretty Meng Yao and Yushu were. Oh, are you jealous? You can't do 3P, but you don't want us to. Yushu grinned at Tang Yun. Why can't I play? I'll take care of two of you. Tang Yun was panicking and didn't know what to say. Lin Yi's head was about to explode. What day was it? What was going on? How did Tang Yun, who used to be so obedient, suddenly becomes so violent. And the first miss, who had always been aloof and virtuous, also joined in. As for Yushu, Lin Yi didn't think much of it. She was like this all the time, after all. Oh. My head hurts. Lin Yi slapped his forehead as he fell to the ground. The headache was real, but it wasn't that serious. Fainting was just an act. However, Lin Yi's fall shocked Tang Yun, Meng Yao, and Yushu. They just remembered that Lin Yi had just woken up from his injury. They didn't know if he had recovered or not, but they were still arguing here. Weren't they trying to piss Lin Yi off? Tang Yun and Meng Yao wanted to go check on Lin Yi, but Yushu said, "Oh, shield bro, why are your eyes moving? Are you pretending to faint?" Lin Yi was just playing around with them, and he pretended to be anxious. Naturally, he didn't look like he fainted. Yushu found the flaw, so he stopped pretending. Yao Yao, Shu, don't cause trouble. What? Do you think I'm annoying? Ming Yao's face turned cold. She was obviously unhappy. Lin Yi, come home with us right now. Meng Yao really lost her face. Lin Yi told them not to cause trouble. Didn't he mean that they shouldn't cause trouble between him and Tang Yun? With the Mrs. Arrogant personality, how could she tolerate it? Oh, let's go home and play 3P. Yushu clapped happily. Yao Yao, you guys go back first. I want to talk to Tang Yun. Lin Yi smiled bitterly.